The Diamondbacks Radio Network is brought to you by Morgan & Morgan. Diamond Talk. Diamond Talk. Diamond Talk.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brother, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
Live from the Arizona Sports Studios here on this Thursday afternoon. Mitch Vareldis in for Luke Lipinski, but never fear, the Wolf is here.
What's going on, Mitch? How we doing, man?
Are you ready for the shortest Wolf and Luke show in the history of history?
You know, honestly, I wish I was doing 4 hours of broadcasting right now, honestly.
On a day like today, absolutely.
On a day like today, it'd be awesome because so jam-packed, but I guess we'll jam in 20 minutes here.
So I got good news for you. You'll get to do 4 hours of broadcasting tomorrow, and you'll get to do it with Paul Calvisi.
Okay,
I don't know if that part is good news to you.
Yeah, that's going to be rough.
Nevertheless, we
Sideline reporters.
To your point, we have a lot to get to in this, you're about right, 20 minutes or so that we have here. Diamondbacks just got a win. They got the series win against the Mets. That's good news.
That was nice.
The Lakers lost last night, eliminated in the first round again. That is also good news.
There we go. Luka, LeBron, and you're out. You're done it, Faber.
This news coming down moments before we hit the airwaves. The Phoenix Suns have announced basketball operations changes. Here's the full release at the beginning.
Okay.
Phoenix Suns today announced changes to its front office. Brian Gregory has been named the general manager. James Jones will transition to the role of senior advisor. Additionally, Orande Taliaferro has been elevated to assistant general manager, and Paul Rivers will add basketball operations responsibility to his role as chief innovation officer. So there it is, Wolf. We now know who the new GM of the Phoenix Suns is going to be.
Yeah, Mitch, you know what? We've got a little clarity, do we not? And with clarity comes direction. And let me just first respond to this. It's not flashy, is it? It's not really shiny, as a matter of fact. And that's exactly why I like this. Brian Gregory is a former head coach for years, of course, at the college level. I think the Suns' culture might look a little nasty over the next few years. I really do. But it starts with hiring a guy that is going to be able to go out and implement the culture that you want to build here. The question is, what is that culture going to look like? And how are you going to implement it?
I think it's fair to say that this is a notable step in the direction of what the Phoenix Suns are hoping to accomplish. And it should not be unnoticed. A couple of things. Number one, this was a Matt Ishbia hire, where he was hired along with Matt Tellem last year before the season started. It kind of was a co-announcement, if you will. They announced Matt Tellem as assistant GM and then named Brian Gregory vice president of player programming. So promoted within a year. That's pretty good if you're trying to make good standing in the organization. Sure. The other connection a lot of people have been pointing out is the Michigan State tie, and how could you not? He was an assistant coach when Matt Ishbia was still in his playing days, part of that 2000 national champions team. So obviously this is someone that Matt Ishbia trusts. I think that's first and foremost. And secondly, it's a different direction because, like you said, this is not a flashy hire. They're hiring from within, but clearly somebody that understands what Matt Ishbia is trying to do with this basketball team going forward.
Yes, no, you're right on it, Minch. Listen, Matty Ish was so clear in what his vision was going to be for the Phoenix Suns. He was really, really clear. And to me, it sounded like toughness. That's what it sounded like to me. We're going to go ahead and we're going to be a gritty. We're going to be a tough team. This is what we're going to do. We're going to build around this. Yeah, the Phoenix Suns had an awful lot of talent last year. There's no doubt about that. They had the requisite amount of talent to actually go out and compete, I thought, for a championship going into the season. Man, was I dead wrong on that. The way that actually unfolded before our very eyes right now, that was not good. And there was not a lot of toughness, or as Matt Ishbia would call it, gritty. There wasn't a lot of gritty out on the floor. And I think this is going to be a hallmark of the culture that the Phoenix Suns are going to build here. And I would imagine Brian Gregory is all in on that. And that's why, one of the big reasons why he was hired.
Are you implying that they're going to play a little better defense?
There's no doubt about it, man. There's going to be some effort on this. There's going to be some toughness. There's going to be some physicality. Yes.
It's clear that there's been a change with how basketball is being played at the NBA level. A lot more youth, a lot more physicality, like you pointed out, and just investment on both sides of the floor. And it was clear that the Suns had the investment on the offensive side, at least, given how they structured their roster, of course. But at the same time, it was the defensive side of things that really held back the Suns a lot of this past year. And a lot of that defense was because of, quite frankly, poor possessions on offense that led to poor defensive transitions. Like, how many times over and over again did we talk about the transition defense as an area that ailed the Suns last year? They're not going to sit idly by in terms of trying to restructure the roster this year. They're going to focus on those areas of weak point and try and build a stronger team around Devin Booker in that area.
Yeah, once again, Matt Ishbia was so clear on what he wanted to build right here. And that is great. I'm all about culture. You know that, Basinonians. I am huge on that, the kind of culture that you want to build. It's one thing to have the idea of doing it, though. It's a good thing that you have that clear vision of what you want. It's implementing it. It's building it that really becomes tough. You've got to have like-minded people. This is the one thing about this right now. The Phoenix Suns are not going outside the organization. And it really doesn't surprise me. And the reason why it doesn't surprise me is because Matty Ish was so bent on what the culture was going to be for the Phoenix Suns going forward. He had a clear understanding of what he wanted to build. You know what, Basinonians? Once again, this is what you get to do if you're the owner and you're a billionaire. This is what you get to do. You get to go ahead and say, this is what I want to build here. And Matty Ish, man, the one thing that we all stand and applaud in regard to Matty Ish is his commitment to trying to win here. That's the one thing you know about Matt Ishbia. Now listen, did it work? It did not. It did not work. They tried the big three, and it did not work. So now you've got to change on that. And I have no idea why my voice sounds like it does right now, but I can tell you it's not going to interfere with the show.
Nothing's going to interfere with the show.
And now we both actually sound like that. How is this possible? You need to hire like-minded people, though. If you're Matt Ishbia, you need to hire like-minded people who feel the same way about how basketball is to be played. And then you know what you got to do, brothers? You got to go out and you got to get players who think like that. You got to get players who are like-minded as well. How many times have you heard me talk about this? Modeling the culture over and over and over again. You have to do it. It's not enough to have the idea. You actually have to implement it. You have to model it. And that takes human beings to do it. You can't talk about it. You need to put it into action.
I'm opting to just take my headphones off while we're working our way through the sandstorm that is Arizona. I want to throw out a couple of things from John Gambadoro. Are you familiar with the man that we call Gambo?
Johnny.
So he mentions a couple of things in regards to this hire. Josh Bartelstein will remain CEO of the Suns. Brian Gregory is going to report directly to Matt Ishbia.
Okay.
So that alignment is very clearly sought out from the beginning. And then the other part that comes with now setting your front office is finding that next head coach. And Gambo says, search for a new head coach will begin today. Brian Gregory will reach out to agents. The list of candidates will be expansive. 14 to 15 individuals expected to be contacted. Highly likely the new head coach will be a younger first-time head coach.
Love
so they're
that.
Casting a wide net, and they're aiming younger or less experienced for this new spot.
Love that right there. What does that portend, brothers? What does that mean for this roster going forward? Are you going to try to get younger as well? Are you going to try to get younger and a lot more athletic and a lot more physical? Maybe not as talented. Are you going to? We'll see, but I know this right now. If Brian is being hired as the general manager to come in and orchestrate everything, here's how it's going to happen. First and foremost, you have to articulate the culture of the organization and what it's going to be. That is Matty Ish, and that is the Brian Gregory, the new hire, That is their job, to articulate what the culture of the Phoenix Suns is going to be going forward. And then you know what you do? You hire a coach that is in agreement as to how basketball is going to be played, right? There's no other way. You would not hire a coach who suddenly was Mike D'Antoni. Okay, was an offensive-minded guy. That's what we're getting 7 seconds or less. This is going to be a gritty defensive team. That's what I think. So again, you're going to hire a coach who is in alignment with that. And after that, you're going to go out and you're going to get players who play like that. That is a clear path, a clear line of delineation that you must follow if, in fact, this is going to work.
And hopefully, at the end of the day, it'll be a team that we'll all feel comfortable being behind, even if the success is not immediately there. Catch the excitement of the Arizona Sports Half Day Club May 7th. That's next week. Diamondbacks taking on the first place New York Mets. That's the team that they just beat today. Interesting. Snag lower level tickets for only $9.87 by texting HALF, HALF, to 620-620. That's HALF, HALF, to 620-620 to secure your seats.
Swinging a jam shot grounder to short. Perdomo charging, has it, throws to first. In time, got him, and that's your ball game. D-backs win it by a final score of 4-2. And they come into Queens, and they take 2 of 3 from baseball's best in the New York Mets.
I just want to point out this stat before we talk about the win today and the series win. Coming into this series, since 2018, Wolf, in Citi Field, the Diamondbacks were 4-17.
I knew that.
Since 2018. They just left with 2 wins out of 3. Huge series for them to get.
Listen, the Diamondbacks just went into the Big Apple and won a series against a team with the best record in baseball. Raise your hand if you wanted to see that happen, okay? Man, did I want to see that happen. This game, Game 3, you get a little greedy, do you not, brothers? You get a little greedy when you see it, when all of a sudden, but you can't talk enough about what just happened, Minch. You can't. The Diamondbacks lost the first game of the series, Ron Wolfley reporting, and then had Corbin Burns and Zach Gallen take the ball and shut down the best team in baseball. That's what they did. Gave their team a chance to win the game and win it late by going out and doing their job. Corbin Burns went out and shut it down. 6 innings pitched, gave up 1 earned run. Now listen, I know he walked 5 guys. Really don't care at that point in time. You give up 1 earned run. Corbin Burns gave them the opportunity to go into Game 3 and win. And guess what Zach Gallen did? Put an exclamation point on it. He took the ball and went out, 6 innings pitched, gave up 1 earned run as well. That is what you're looking for. At the beginning of the season, when we were talking about the Arizona Diamondbacks and the rotation, this is going to be great. They're going to be able to go into a series, and they're going to be able to run guys out in the rotation, starting pitching. It's going to be so good. It just happened against the best team in baseball. This is why I'm hopeful this is going to be repeated going forward.
This is supposed to be the formula, like you were saying.
Yes.
You're supposed to have Corbin Burns and Zach Gallen be neck and neck in the rotation and going out there and winning you 2 out of every 3 games. And they did exactly that, especially given the concerns that we had coming out of Game 1, where it was not great for Eduardo Rodriguez. The missed locations on a lot of those pitches, balls were flying all over the yard in the early innings. I was admittedly nervous about the follow-up games, but Corbin went out there in spite of the struggles with location and then the walks that he allowed. He went out there and held firm against the best team in baseball, and then Zach Gallen came out and doubled down on that statement. And that's what we would have hoped for the Diamondbacks, and I'm glad that we're getting it now to start a new calendar month, firstly, and secondly, doing it against the best team in baseball. That has to feel good for them as they head their way into Philadelphia.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that, man. It does feel good. And also, too, it was so cool to see Jerry do what Jerry did right now. This is Jerry does as Jerry does, right? It's just awesome to see what he did, of course, squirting that ball into left field, to see what he did last night, okay? Not today, but last night, delivering a huge hit that gave the Diamondbacks a lead. I thought that was huge. Now, listen, I realized it was only a 2-1 lead, and they were going to lose that ultimately. But Jerry sparked it once again. The dude is incredible to me. And Basin Indians, I believe this. This is something that I believe. Pressure either makes you better or worse. When you go out and you compete at the highest level our species can generate, there are some guys that really deal with pressure very, very well. And there are some guys who really don't deal with pressure very well. When the game is on the line, when the series is on the line, when the World Series is on, there are two types of people in the world to me. Those who get better with pressure and those who do not. Rarely will you ever see a guy stay the same. And for me, I think Jerry is one of those guys who gets better the more pressure that is applied. This is a guy that I'll take, man, in a critical at-bat, I'll take Jerry.
Well, good thing you choose him because he says he never feels the pressure.
I mean, that's a gift, gift from God. I feel no pressure. I just like to enjoy my job, be happy on the field, Lindy, he's been a great mentor for me, same like Jose Ramirez and Ketel Marte. So for me, we hang over there in that situation. It's the same for me. It don't matter. It's no pressure. I got my blood is like frog. You know how the frog?
Right.
Cold.
Yes, yeah.
That's my blood. Yeah.
Frio.
Frissimo.
That's right. And that's why he's good in pressure-packed situations, because he feels no pressure.
It's so funny. He was joining John Morosi postgame because this one was also on MLB Network last night. And what I laughed about was Morosi, who's very talented, bilingual in his role as an MLB Network analyst.
Yeah, I saw that.
He's speaking in English and then translating it himself. And Jerry's like, no, I'm American like you. I speak it too.
Man, can you imagine how conflicted you'd be? That'd be so crazy.
So crazy. Jerry was great in these two wins, in particular the pinch hit where he had the 2-run, and then he followed it up with a sacrifice fly, drove in 3 of their 4 runs, and he didn't even start the game. Then comes back the next day, goes 2 for 4, and one of those a home run. He has 5 home runs. He had 3 all of last year. There's something else about Jerry this year that's really, really working well for him.
Yes, and what also was very cool about this, Basin Indians, how about Shelby Miller?
Oh,
Shelby
nails.
Miller! Take the ball and go out and close it down, lock it down. I thought it was going to be Kevin Ginkel. Oh, no, it was not Kevin Ginkel. Gink got into a little bit of trouble, too, as well, but ultimately got the job done without giving up the lead. Okay, I'm going to put that into the positive category so far for Kevin Ginkel. But, man, it was so cool to see Shelby Miller come out and take the ball and close it down, lock it down. Who saw that coming in the beginning of the season? Sit down and be quiet. Nobody saw that coming.
They signed him to a minor league deal with an invite to spring training. He's thrown 13 games, 13 2/3 innings. He hasn't allowed an earned run yet, Wolf. 13 innings and not a single earned run. This is a great redemption arc for him just because of what we experienced locally the last time he was here. But for him to be the best arm in the bullpen right now, I agree. Nobody saw this coming.
Man, I think this series, all series are not created equal.
No.
Do you agree with that, Minch?
100%.
You believe that not all series are created equal. This one could leave a mark, and I mean that in a good way with the Diamondbacks. This could leave a mark. First of all, the first game of the series. What did it look like? Watching the Mets go out and look like the Diamondbacks looked last season, especially defensively, the way they went out there. I mean, that is what this team was supposed to look like this year, and it was right in front of them. The problem was it was on the other dugout. It was in the other dugout, I should say. And I think that was good because it was a reminder. It was a frying pan to the face of who we are. So, once again, you know what? The static is in my head.
Well, I got good news for you. We're done in 20 seconds.
We're done in 20 seconds. You know what? I think this series is going to be good ultimately for the Diamondbacks going forward.
They got 3 against Philadelphia coming up, and then they come back home and they play these very same Mets. That should be a very entertaining beginning to the homestand. That's going to do it for us, Wolf, Luke. I'm not Luke. Mitch Varell. The Burns and Gambo up next
Appreciate you, Mitch.
here on Arizona Sports.
You and your phone have the key to the Arizona sports universe with the Arizona Sports app. Live streaming shows and podcasts. Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo. Plus, listen to D-Backs play-by-play. Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the May 9th D-backs game against the Dodgers, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back, and that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere, and that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus, over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, you can save on fresh medium avocados or delicious honey mangoes. They're 3 for just $2 with your card. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns have a new general manager. They have named Vice President of Player Programming Brian Gregory their general manager. Current general manager and President of Basketball Operations James Jones is transitioning to an advisory role. For more on the Suns' changes, head on over to ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. And the Arizona Diamondbacks took down the New York Mets 4-2 earlier today in the rubber match of the 3-game series. The D-backs now head to Philadelphia to start a series with the Phillies tomorrow. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Phoenix /Arizona.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Well, which one is it? Straight up to the claw. On this Thursday afternoon, good afternoon, and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns, alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Oh, there you go, Lauren. Burnsy, what's going
going on?
Not much, my friend. How we doing today?
I always know when I'm not on because I can tell, and then I look at Lauren and she's got to press a button.
I can hear you, but I can't hear
I
you.
know I'm gearing up, and I can hear that the mic's not going to work. I can hear that it's just not going to work.
I can
There's
hear
a button
you
that they have to
shouting.
press for me to be on, I guess.
So I think
You can press it on your end too. You just choose not to. Not to expose you on air here.
It's the mic button.
No, it's the upper right-hand one. The upper.
Here,
that
too?
one there
Oh,
too.
jeez.
Yeah.
You want me to press 2 buttons to get on the show? That's way too much.
Do you know how many buttons I press on an average day?
I mean, I can handle it. There's that button right there. Button right there.
Jeez,
and that
Louise.
there and that button there.
I'm not smart enough to figure out how to do all that.
Well, I think that's one thing we can all agree on here.
Yes,
on the Burns
I
and Gambo
totally
show.
agree.
No doubt about that. Congrats to the Diamondbacks. Man, the last time we were on the air yesterday for our short show, man, they just gotten hammered by the New York Mets, and we're thinking, uh-oh, they're in a little bit of trouble. Corbin Burns pitches really well last night. Zach Gallen pitched extraordinary tonight, or today, I should say. The bullpen, outside of some very nervous moments from Kevin Ginkel in the 8th inning, and he got out of it.
Oh, man.
Man, it was dicey there for a minute, but the Gink was strong in the 8th. Shelby Miller getting the save in the 9th. We'll talk about Diamondbacks and their first series win at Citi Field since 2017. You have to go back that far to find the last time they've won a series.
Yeah. I mean, it is crazy. So
that's against the team with the best record in baseball, by the way, that they just won a series on the road.
So the last time they actually won a series against them, they played at Shea Stadium, probably.
No.
No?
No, City's been open longer than that.
Okay.
2017?
How long's City been open?
Oh, at least 10 years.
Okay.
At least 10 years.
All right.
I'm going to guess at least 10 years for City.
Okay.
I could be, at least 10 years.
Probably right.
Yeah.
I don't know. The time, it just
flies. It just, yeah.
The
one
times
day
they are a-changing.
What was that, Lauren? What was that? 2009? Okay, was when they opened it.
16 years ago.
Shea Stadium, by the way, the most awful place to watch a baseball game ever constructed by humankind.
Because there were gigantic.
God, that place was a dump.
Because planes flew directly over Shea Stadium every 60 seconds.
What a dump.
Every 60 seconds, a plane flew right over Shea Stadium.
Yeah. Okay, so we'll talk Diamondbacks baseball, and of course we'll talk about the Justin Martinez injury in a little bit. He was put on the IL today, but that is not our top story of the day today. No disrespect to the Diamondbacks. Here's what is our top story of the day.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Brian Gregory is the new general manager of the Phoenix Suns. It was announced in a press release that came out about an hour and a half ago. Shams Charania, Gambo, Mark Stein, there were many who reported this around the country. Brian Gregory has been named general manager, and James Jones will transition to the role of senior advisor for the Suns. Additionally, Aronde Taliaferro has been elevated to assistant general manager. Paul Rivers will add basketball operations responsibility to his role as chief innovation officer. Now, when we have stories like this, just telling the audience out there what we tend to do, we're going to do this in 2 segments now. Segment 1 is what we know. Segment 2 is what we think. Okay. So this is going to be a very informational. Here's what we know. Gambo's going to work in the phones, and then we'll tell you what we think about this, because there's a lot to unpack in both suitcases. What do we know about this?
Well, what we knew is that Brian Gregory was the lead candidate for about a week. I had informed Kellen Olson to get a story ready about Brian Gregory about a week ago, as I heard that he was the leader in the clubhouse. And then yesterday morning, I sent some emails to a few of you that I'm expected to be Brian Gregory. What I reported yesterday, that a decision was imminent. It was likely going to happen in the next 24 to 48 hours. My understanding is that there were about 5 candidates, not all formal, meant that they considered about 5 different people. Some were like assistant general managers or assistant general manager of other teams. But the final interviews were done within the last 24 to 48 hours, and they decided on Brian Gregory. Brian Gregory has ties to Michigan State and Matt Ishbia, but he also has a lot of experience as a head coach. He was the head coach at Dayton. He was the head coach at Georgia Tech. He was the head coach at South Florida. He will be the one voice. He will be the lead voice. So it's no longer going to be by committee where you've got 4 or 5 different people and a lot of
cooks in the kitchen.
Yeah. There's not a lot of cooks in the kitchen. There'll be one voice. It'll be Brian Gregory. What they liked about him was player development. He was instrumental in helping them with Ryan Dunn and Oso Iguodaro, and they feel that there's still players on the roster that have to get better. He is going to really help with player development. That was the number one factor in bringing in a general manager, was player development. So my understanding is, again, about 5 candidates were considered. Gregory became the front runner about a week ago, and they ended up making the decision today, and he will be the general manager. James Jones will be moved to a advisor role. I had reported a while ago that I was expecting major front office changes, and a lot of people thought James was going to stay, and I kept saying I expect there will be front office changes. James will move to an advisor role, no longer president of basketball operations, no longer general manager.
His time spent at Michigan State, since I know people are going to want to know that, and again, we're going with the here's what we know, here's what we think theory, and we'll tell you what we think in the next segment. His coaching career at Michigan State began from 1990 to 1996. He was a graduate assistant and then rejoined as an assistant coach from 99 to 2003. It was during that time he spent coaching Suns owner Matt Ishbia for 3 seasons when Ishbia played with the Spartans. Yes, he went to Dayton. Yes, he went to Georgia Tech. Yes, he went to South Florida. He was let go at the South Florida job after a 79-107 record. He was let go in March of 2023. We know what we know what he has to do now, what's in front of him. Job number 1 is going to be figure out who the head coach is. You mentioned the candidates they're going to pour through, right? There's a lot of names.
I haven't mentioned that yet, but I will.
Okay.
I will mention that.
I know you were talking about that in the break room back
I know. So many things have flowed. There will be the time frame to hire the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns will be in the next 2 to 3 weeks. They will begin the search today as Brian Gregory starts to reach out to agents of coaching candidates that they have interest with. The list of candidates will be expansive. I'm expecting 14 to 15 to be contacted. From there, they'll narrow it down to about 8, then they'll narrow it down to hopefully about 3, and they'll make a final decision. Brian Gregory will lead the search. He will be in charge of the search. And he will make his recommendation to the ownership group on who the head coach should be. But it'll be a long list. My expectation is that the new head coach, whoever the next head coach is of the Phoenix Suns, will be a young, first-time NBA head coach. That doesn't mean he couldn't have been a college coach, but I'm just saying I'm expecting that it is very likely going to be a young, first-time NBA head coach. But it'll be a long list, about 14 to 15 candidates. It will take 2 to 3 weeks before they hire somebody. That is what we know.
Okay. Well, there's one other thing we haven't talked as much about yet. What do we know about James Jones? He's going to transition to the role
senior advisor.
And you know what? And I'll couple that with what do we know about Josh Jones and what do we know about Josh Bartelstein, the previous arrangement in the front office. What do we know about those two guys and how that's going to work?
Josh is staying as the CEO. Josh will have a voice, when they go to check on things with players and things like that, because he has an NBA background. His main job is still the business side of it. That always was. Josh's job is, Josh wasn't making the draft picks or signing the free agents, but he had a voice and he had a little bit of a say in it. But he is still going to be the CEO of the organization. He's going to run the business side, run the Phoenix Mercury, the Phoenix Suns, handle everything from the business side, and still, be there as somebody with some basketball knowledge. But there will be one voice. It will be Brian Gregory, not 5 different people. But Josh will stay. Josh is staying as the CEO. There was never a thought that Josh was going to leave the organization and go somewhere else. He will remain as CEO. I think some people believe that he had a bigger role than he actually had, which wasn't true. Again, as the CEO, if you remember when Josh Rowley was here with the Suns, it was mainly the business side and then just a little bit of the basketball side. I expect that will be the case with Josh.
James Jones.
Senior advisor role, no longer president of basketball operations, no longer GM, as we had talked about and we expected to happen. It'll be just a senior advisor role, a way to stay on with the organization, lend an ear when it's needed, lend advice when it's needed. James has done a good job. He's a valued member of the Phoenix Suns organization. They didn't want to kick him to the curb, but they definitely wanted new leadership at the top, which is why they made this change.
And I don't know if you know the answer to this question. His contract expires in a couple of months. Are they going to renew his contract to stay on, or is the door going to be held open for James Jones to walk out of that door when that contract expires? Because he can give him a new title now, But eventually they're going to have to sign him to a new contract, or they're going to have to make some sort of decision. Do you know the answer to that question?
My belief is, and I'll double check on this, I don't know for sure, but I don't think that there will be contracts involved. I think he'll just be hired as a senior advisor. And if something came up and he got offered a general manager job somewhere else, he'd be free to leave if he wanted to go take that job. So I don't believe that there's going to be contracts involved. I'll double check on that. I think his role will just be a senior advisor, to the organization. If Brian Gregory, wants to pick James Jones' brain, or he just wants to lend an ear, or, hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? It's just somebody that he could bounce stuff off of. But there will be one voice in the organization. There'll be one leader of the organization, and that will be Brian Gregory.
That was what we know about Brian Gregory as the new general manager of the Phoenix Suns. What do we think of Brian Gregory as the new general manager of the Phoenix Suns? That we're going to get into next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
The Suns make some front office changes. Current VP of Player Programming Brian Gregory moves up to general manager as James Jones leaves his GM role to become Suns senior advisor. With all the moves the Suns are expected to make this summer, how will their new GM handle the pressure? Get breaking Suns news and inside information from the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Life comes at you fast. This is why I want to make sure I tell everybody about a great local company that I've used for many, many years, and that's Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. Because to me, I didn't want to work, late into life. I wanted to retire early and do the things that I want to do and travel a lot and buy a place over in Italy and spend more time with my family over there. And, there's other things that I have interest in. And in order to put that plan in place, you got to work hard. You got to save your money. But it's important to have a financial advisor working for you that understands what your plan is, that understands what your goal is. Whether you want to retire at 60 or 62 or 65 or 67, it's important that you work with somebody that has an understanding of what you want, and that way they can put a plan together for you. Not all financial plans are equal. When I tell you about asset preservation, wealth, and tax and being diversified, it's not some guy saying, yeah, I've got you in stocks and bonds, you're diversified. It's about different money managers that see the world differently, so that way you truly are diversified, which is why I recommend that you get a free portfolio review with Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax. 5 locations in the Valley. Call them at 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the May 9th Dbacks game against the Dodgers, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Dan Bickley here, and New Life Dental Implant Center is doing more than giving people new implants and new smiles. They are giving people their dignity and their happiness back. And that's because they offer amazing quality, great convenience, and unbeatable prices, the lowest you are going to find anywhere. And that is how they are transforming the lives of so many people in the Valley, and you can be next. Call 602-855-0000 or online at newsmilearizona.com.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity Band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus, over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, you can save on fresh medium avocados or delicious honey mangoes. They're 3 for just $2 with your card. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Attention! If you owe money to the IRS, this is an urgent message. The IRS is cracking down by sending out collection letters, garnishing paychecks, seizing bank accounts, and putting liens on homes and businesses. They call it enforced compliance, and you better watch out because penalties and interest on unpaid taxes compound daily, making it even harder to get out of debt. Don't let tax debt destroy your life. You need to call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. They're experts in taxpayer assistance programs that that can save you thousands if you qualify. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, Optima's resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. Let them fight on your behalf, helping to put your tax problems to rest. Call the tax professionals at Optima now for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
You just realized your business needed to hire someone yesterday. How can you find amazing candidates fast? Easy. Just use Indeed. Start at Indeed.com/credit.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Day game for the Diamondbacks before they head off to Philadelphia. Another big moment. We'll tell you all about it tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, so the Phoenix Suns announced today their new general manager is going to be Brian Gregory. He was hired into the organization a year ago along with Matt Tellem. He joined in the role as vice president of player programming, oversaw player personnel and scouting while he was there. He is now the general manager. James Jones will transition to the role of senior advisor. And now next up, as Gambo says, 14 to 15 names will be looked at and put on a list to be the next head coach of the Phoenix Suns. It will be narrowed down to 8, then it'll be narrowed down to 3, then they'll choose their guy. They're looking for a young, first-time NBA head coach.
That's what we're reporting.
The first domino has fallen in the Suns offseason.
Yes.
What do we think?
I think that I don't know enough about this guy to be able to say that, that he's going to be a good GM or not. What I do know is that he needs to be the leader of the organization. Managing being a GM is not easy. You got to manage the players. You got to manage the coaches. You got to get everybody on the same page. You got to unite the organization. You got to manage the owner. You got to manage the owner.
I mean, you're
so it's the owner, the players, the coaches. It's not just it is a hard job to do.
You're already tapping into the things that I'm deeply concerned about with this hire. You're talking about one voice. Is Brian Gregory, who's been on an NBA franchise, employed by an NBA franchise for 1 year.
Yeah.
And I don't know the answer to this question. Is he strong enough to be that one voice when Matt Ishbia is the owner of this basketball team?
I've heard things,
and that is what Gambo. I am concerned. I am deeply concerned about the state of this basketball team after this news. I mean, I really am. And it's not because of the Michigan State thing. Yes, that has something to do with it. It's the experience that Brian Gregory is bringing into this job. It's the lack of experience that Brian Gregory is bringing into this job. And if it requires, as you say, managing the owner, I hope he's up to that task because that's going to be a big job for him.
The general manager is the leader of your organization. He has to be somebody that can manage the players, the coaches, the owner, somebody that could have, set the narrative with the media. Somebody can speak with the media. Be a true leader. This is not fantasy basketball. This is not simple. Like everybody thinks fantasy basketball. People play it all the time. It's not simple. This is a very hard job to do. The hardest job is being a coach, but being a general manager with all the egos involved with players, with all the different coaches, you have to manage your assistant coaches, your head coach, your players, your G League, your everybody in the organization. You are the leader of that organization.
And again, you're tapping into my deepest, darkest fears because he doesn't have any experience doing that. He has experience being a coach. He has experience running a college program. But you're making it sound as if, rightfully so, that this is a very important job with a lot of responsibilities. Yeah. He's been with the Suns organization for a year. I mean,
he has an extensive background of experience. We can't deny that as a player and a coach. Not being a general manager. No.
And I would feel a lot more comfortable with this hire if they had hired somebody who had experience doing this, who had done this before. This is a big job. Okay, not only is it a big job just being the general manager of an NBA franchise, this particular job is a big job, not just because of the challenges presented by the owner, but just the challenges themselves. Second apron, Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, pivot and reload around Devin Booker, all while it requires, I feel like, a more experienced guiding hand than the one they just hired. Now, I'm perfectly willing to give him and them the benefit of the doubt. They've earned that. They've okay, let's see how this goes. But I just got to get my feelings on the record at the beginning. Like I'm worried about this. I'm very concerned about this.
There'll be a press conference, and we'll get to hear from Brian Gregory, and then we'll get a better idea. Like I can't sit here and say I don't know Brian Gregory, but they made this hire, and I think you got to give him a chance. I always say this about any time you make a hire. Let's give the guy a chance. Let's see what he can do. Apparently he does have really good leadership qualifications about him, and he'll have to come in and he'll have to lead this entire organization. They really put a strong emphasis on player development. They want to develop their players, and he is strong in that category. Player development is something that he is really good at. They considered about 4 other candidates, not all formal, and they ended up going with Brian Gregory. Listen, Matt Ishbia, you can't have it both ways. People are going to say, oh, you hired your own guy. James Jones wasn't Matt Ishbia's guy, and they ran it for 2.5 years with James Jones as the GM. So you can't have it both ways. You can't say like, oh, Matt's always hiring his own guys. He ran it for 2.5 years without his own guy. Now he's bringing in a guy that he knows and he's comfortable with, and he believes. Matt Ishbia wants to win. I don't think he's going to hire somebody just to give the guy a job. I think he's hiring him because he really believes this guy will do a good job.
I don't doubt that. I just hope he knows how.
Yeah.
I hope that's always been. We used to say that, and I'm not comparing Matt to Robert, but we used to say that about Robert all the time. He wants to win. He just doesn't know how. And it took him a long, long time to figure out how. And ultimately, the best thing for Robert to do was to hire James and hire Monty and just go, okay, guys, you do it. You run the show and see what happens. That's where the Michigan State thing and the thing about James Jones that I'll say is that, James wasn't his hire. James was a carryover from last year. I still will always wonder how much autonomy James had to run the show with the Phoenix Suns. And I will always point to the Kevin Durant trade as reason number 1, Exhibit A, Your Honor, as why I'm not sure he ever had full autonomy to run the Suns. He didn't pull the trigger on a trade for Kevin Durant. Matt Ishbia buys the team. 24 hours later, stories are coming out about how Matt Ishbia is leading the negotiations for Kevin Durant, and all of a sudden the deal gets done. I just don't know how you go from no deal to deal when the only thing that changed was Matt Ishbia became the owner of the team. And so when that happens, I have to question, yes, James Jones was a holdover, and yes, he was the general manager of the team. Was he actually calling the shots for the Phoenix Suns organization? I don't know if we'll ever know the answer to that question.
I think that when Matt did his press conference and he said, I'm not drafting players and I okay things, I'm going to take him at his word for it. I do believe that James should. Now, do I think
Kevin
that
Durant
do I think that Matt Ishbia had a role in Kevin Durant coming here? Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Because I believe that James Jones was, under Robert Sarver, was, I'm not going to give you this and that. And I think Matt came in and he pushed it over the top and said, let's just get this deal done and get Kevin Durant and let's go for it. So I do believe that he had a heavy hand in that. As far as the other signings and the trades and everything, I do believe that James was at the forefront of setting those trades up and setting the free agent signings up, whether it's Keita Bates-Diop or Utah Watanabe or Eric Gordon or Bol.
Bradley Beal? Bradley Beal?
I think so. I think James was at the forefront of those trades. I do believe that Matt Ishbia was the one who pushed the Kevin Durant trade over the top.
Okay.
But I still think James was running everything at that point. And I think, this is my suggestion. But again, I think that there was a collaborative group as well, which I think now you're just going to have one voice. It's going to be, this is the one voice. This is the guy. Instead of a collaborative group together. James led a collaborative group. I think Gregory is going to be the one sole voice handling everything.
As long as it's Gregory's voice. Is it going to be Gregory's voice? Or is it going to be Matt's voice? That's in part the fear in all of this.
when the press conference
and
happens.
I can't wait to hear it.
You will hear that Gregory will be the sole voice of the organization. He will be the leader. He will report to Matt Ishbia. But there is nobody else that he has to hear from. And he gets to make the decisions. Again,
as a Forever Suns fan, I am perfectly willing to say, okay, let's see how this works. Okay, I give into it. I say, hey, your team, your organization, your decision. Let's see what you do. Let's see what he's got, and then judge him based off of his work. But
to your point, and
I'm nervous about this. I'm very concerned about this.
To your point, I do think that James Jones was the lead on almost all of the moves they made, the draft, free agency. But I do think that there was a group of people that, that discussed it and decided on it. I believe that it will be different this time and that it will be one voice that will make the decisions and then get the final okay from the owner on the decisions that he wants to make.
Since we were last on the air, the Arizona Diamondbacks looked like they were kind of dead in the water against the New York Mets. Then last night happened. Then today happened. And we'll talk about it next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs at the Mets.
Swinging a jam shot grounder to short. Perdomo charging, has it, throws to first. In time, got him, and that's your ball game. D-backs win it by a final score of 4-2. And they come into Queens and they take 2 of 3 from baseball's best in the New York Mets.
A D-backs series win at the Mets. Now to Philly for 3 games at the Phillies. Coverage of Game 1 of the Phillies series tomorrow afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
So many great options right now when your eyesight starts to go. Wasn't that way in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, but it is now. The technology is incredible, and there are so many great options. I had LASIK surgery done about 15 years ago. Truly one of the best things that I've ever done for myself. And I know my buddy Vince Marotta had LASIK surgery done as well. But there are so many great procedures, including what K-Ray had. Kevin Ray from your son's broadcast team. He had the clear lens exchange done at the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. 3 locations in the Valley, Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa. It uses the 2nd-generation light adjustable lens. The technology just came out last year, and immediately the Schwartz Laser Eye Center had it. You're always getting the best technology and the best eye doctor, team eye doctor for your sons and D-backs when you work with the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. And that's what you want. You don't want technology that's 10 years old. You want what's the newest, the latest, and the greatest. That's what I want for my eyes. That's what you get with the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Call them at 480-483-EYES. Ask about a free thorough eye exam and 2 years of interest-free financing. That's 480-483-EYES. Or go online for more info at teamidoc.com.
What's better than the thrill of reeling in your next trophy catch? Saving big while gearing up for it. The Shields Fishing Sale event is on now through May 4th. Save 20% on Shields Outfitters rods and 20% on baits, lures, and plastics from Berkeley, Rapala, BMC, Acme, and more. And don't miss out on over $1,000 in savings on Garmin Ultra 2 Live Scope bundles. Our Shields fishing experts are ready to prepare you for unforgettable fishing memories. Only at Shields and Shields.com.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-961-5544. 800-961-5544.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns have announced front office changes today. Brian Gregory is being promoted from within to serve as the team's next general manager. James Jones has been reassigned to a senior advisor role. Gregory previously served as vice president of player programming when he was hired by the Suns just 1 year ago. You can see reactions from our Kellen Olson and our Dan Bickley right now on ArizonaSports.com and on the Arizona Sports app. And the Diamondbacks got the series victory in Queens today with a 4-2 victory. Geraldo Perdomo and Tim Tawa homered in the victory. Snakes now make their way to Philadelphia. They start a 3-game set with the Phillies tomorrow afternoon. And in case you missed it, the Diamondbacks did announce a roster move prior to the game. Justin Martinez has been placed on the 15-day injured list, with A.J. Puck also being transferred to the 60-day injured list. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Does your portfolio match your personal comfort level for risk? Visit AssetPreservationWealth.com for a free portfolio review to make sure.
Hey, it's Wolf. Was the Arizona Diamondbacks series win over the New York Mets a turning point for the Snakes? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Swinging a jam shot grounder to short. Perdomo charging, has it, throws to first. In time, got him, and that's your ball game. D-backs win it by a final score of 4-2. And they come into Queens and they take 2 of 3 from baseball's best in the New York Mets.
This is from Michael McDermott on Twitter. He covers the Arizona Diamondbacks, tweets about them all the time. I think he works with our boy Jack Summers over there at SI.com.
Right.
The last time the Diamondbacks won a series against the Mets at Citi Field, Zach Gallen was in his first year in the Marlins system. Corbin Burns was having his prospect breakout year. Corbin Carroll and Alec Thomas were in high school, and Shelby Miller was a starting pitcher in Arizona. It's been that long, 2017, since the Arizona Diamondbacks won a series in New York against the Mets at Citi Field. Yep. This time yesterday, it felt like the Diamondbacks were in a really, really bad spot, having just gotten their teeth kicked in by the New York Mets. And instead, they get a great outing last night from Corbin Burns. Mm-hmm. They got a great performance last night from Geraldo Perdomo, even though he wasn't in the starting lineup.
Off the bench.
Got a great performance today from Zach Gallen.
Special.
The bullpen came through, and just like that, the Diamondbacks took a series on the road against the best team in baseball record-wise. Gotta like it.
Absolutely special performance today by Zach Gallen, followed up a really good performance by Corbin Burns. I was so happy that when Corbin Burns left that game, they came back and they scored a couple of runs, and they put him in a position to get the win, because when he left, they were losing, and then Perdomo got the big hit, and all of a sudden, he's in line to get the win. A little shaky with J. Mart. We'll talk about that in a little while, but Thompson came in and did a great job with when J. Mart failed. Today, I was a little worried, right? Bases loaded in the third, you leave the bases loaded. Yeah. Fourth inning, you get a run, but you leave the bases loaded. Like, oh my goodness, it's 1-0. You've had the bases loaded in the third and fourth, couldn't come up with the big hit. Then you get the Suarez sac fly in the fifth. I thought the Perdomo home run to give them that insurance run was huge. Now, I stopped taking notes after the sixth. I had to drive in, and I was working on Sun stuff. So if you saw it, you can tell me about what Ginkel had to do. I guess he had to walk a little bit of a tightrope to keep the lead as it was, because there was some traffic on the bases.
Yeah, Kevin Ginkel pitched the eighth. He threw 34 pitches on the second day of a back-to-back after returning from the injured list. He got the strikeout looking from Francisco Lindor, right, to start the inning. Then Juan Soto hits the home run off of him. Now it's a 3-2 game. Walks Alonso, Winker doubles, and just like that,
second and third
with only one out.
Oh, boy.
And the pitch count was just rising and rising and rising for Ginkel. He gets Vientos to strike out swinging. He gets Brandon Nimmo to strike out looking. I wasn't watching at that point. I was listening to Chris and Candy with the call here on Arizona Sports. I think I could hear the Kevin Ginkel trademark yell in the background, because you think about it, for him, last night, okay, he pitches. He doesn't, he faces two batters. He gets one out, right? Like, it was like a pretty short, quick outing for him. But the second day of a back-to-back, coming off the shoulder injury, Torrey keeps him out there. The trust factor is off the charts with Kevin Ginkel.
Love it.
But he gives up the home run. He got two runners in scoring position with only one out.
And he gets out of it.
Oh, God, what are you going to do? And he gets out of it. And that's why you love Kevin Ginkel.
I do. I love Ginkel. I mean, you know me, I'm a big fan of his. I think the biggest story coming out, outside of J-Mart, which we'll talk about, the biggest story is the back-to-back performances by Burns and Gallen. Gallen was so good in this game. Had the 1-2-3 fifth inning, 7 straight retired at that point, 10 of 11, goes into the 6th, strikes out Lindor, his 7th. You got the Soto opposite field home run. It's 2-1. Okay, it's 2-1 right there. Strikes out Alonso, his 8th. Gets Vientos to ground out. 90 pitches through 6. A masterpiece by Gallen. Exactly what they needed. Burns got his first win. Gallen got his second. You need these guys to win games. Big games on the road against the best team in baseball. Corbin Burns and Zach Gallen gave them great outings and got them wins. Can't ask for more.
In some ways, I was thinking about this morning when the game was just starting and watching Zach Gallen kind of do his thing. I was thinking to myself, the Justin Martinez news, huge. We're going to talk about it here in a few minutes in the next segment of the show because obviously with him on the injured list, they're kind of scrambling right now to figure things out in the bullpen. What is the bigger development for this team moving forward? Is it that A.J. Puck and Justin Martinez are out for the foreseeable future? Or is it that Corbin Burns and Zach Gallen just had the outings they had? What is the more important thing for the Arizona Diamondbacks? What is the most meaningful thing that happened to the Diamondbacks in the last 48
Burns
hours?
And Gallen.
You think so? Over the bullpen?
I think so because I still, if Ryan Thompson can get right, and you've got Ginkel back now, and this Murillo kid I think is pretty good, and Shelby Miller's been terrific for them.
The redemption arc of Shelby Miller is a thing, man.
Yeah.
What a story
You
that
could
is.
always add a closer in 2 months. You could always go make a trade for a closer in 2 months to solidify your bullpen. You know this. You're not going anywhere if Gallen and Burns don't pitch well. You might be able to survive a shaky bullpen. Others have done it. So you might be able to survive a shaky bullpen as long as you're starting pitching and your offense and everything else is great. You're not surviving your number 1 and number 2 pitcher struggling. You're not.
No, you're not going to get where you want to go with that, but they're going to need to. Torrey is going to have to figure out really quickly who he trusts in that bullpen and who his high leverage guys are. Shelby Miller's obviously going to be one. Kevin Ginkel is obviously going to be one. I'll tell you what, here's where I thought you were going to go with this for a second. Yes, Burns last night and Gallen today were huge. You got to give a tip of the cap to Ryan Thompson and the work that he did in both of those games.
Fantastic.
Especially last night, cleaning up that slop that Justin Martinez left.
I can't believe he did it.
I can't believe he did it. And his Frisbee slider was so good last night. And I was listening to his pregame interview with Chris Garagiola, and he's like, that's as one of the best sliders I've had all year. I mean, I just felt like I could completely command it. I knew exactly what I was doing. Then to come back again and pitch today in today's game, Ryan Thompson's been really up and down all year long. We were having trust issues with Ryan Thompson just a couple of days ago.
Big trust issues.
What a bounce back for him, especially with the work that he did last night, because that game looked like it was over when Martinez did what he did.
One of the most impressive things is guys that can come into the game with traffic on the base and get you out of a jam. Ryan Thompson comes into that game in the 9th after J-Mart failed. 2 on, nobody out. He hits Alonso, bases are loaded. Then he strikes out Vientos, gives up an RBI ground out to Winkler, and then intentionally walks McNeil to get to Alvarez, and he gets him to ground out. Spectacular job by Ryan Thompson. Spectacular job by Shelby Miller. Great job by Beeks. Great job by Binkle yesterday. But absolutely, that is a good sign for them that Ryan Thompson has bounced back in a big way in the last couple of hours.
It was impressive what he said to Jody Jackson on the broadcast yesterday after what he did. He's like, look, when you see Justin Martinez throwing 95 miles per hour, you better get warm in a big hurry, right? Like he said, I saw it right away, and I knew I was going to have to hurry.
I think what makes our bullpen really unique potentially is how aware we are in all the situations. We're rarely fooled or surprised by any situation, so just kind of realizing that if something does go sour, that it's probably going to meet me in that spot, so I was prepared. And seeing first fastball at 95, I just made sure I was ready, and I was.
It's like Mitch with us. Mitch is ready. When one of us doesn't have our A game, Mitch gets ready. Like, all right, I might have to come in here. Gambo's slipping a little bit. Saying a lot of super stupid stuff.
Don't you think I would have been in by now then?
Bernsey keeps calling Tuesday, Friday, or Thursday, or when he doesn't know what day of the week it is. I got to start getting ready.
Yeah, exactly. Mitch is just ready to go in case that happens. Big series win for them. They're off to Philadelphia to take on.
Cattell comes back,
and Cattell's going to come back for this year, which is really going to help when they play the lefties. God, is it going to help when they play the lefties?
I will say, go ahead.
Go ahead. You finish up.
My thought is a lot of people are expecting that Tim Tawa is going to get sent down when Ketel Marte comes back because he doesn't play shortstop. I think it's likely that Tawa will stay with the big league club. He's done a good job. No final decision yet, but I think it's
shortstop.
I think it's likely that Tawa stays.
Who's their backup shortstop, though? It's not Tawa.
He doesn't usually play short.
Would you slide Marte over to short on a day or are you just not going to give Geraldo Perdomo a day off?
No days off.
Who's your
no days off.
I understand what you're saying, but in that circumstance, who's your backup shortstop?
It's a good question. I don't know.
Okay. Wow.
But I think Tawa.
That's interesting.
I think unless they think that Tawa can play.
Unless they think he can. I'll have to look at his minor league log and see how much time he spent over at shortstop. I don't think it's a ton. That's interesting information right there. You know what? We'll have Torey Lovullo on the show tomorrow. If the roster move happens by then and it's not Tim Tawa, then we will find out what their backup plan is going to be at backup shortstop if they should ever need that one. So when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show.
Nelson, Oregon.
Catch the excitement of Arizona Sports Half Day Club on May 7th. The Diamondbacks take on the first-place New York Mets. Snag lower-level tickets for only $9.87 by texting the word half to 620-620. That's half to 620-620 and get your seats for $9.87. All right, so the Diamondbacks got the series win. That's good. The bullpen, Torey's got some stuff to figure out. Next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
We don't know what role Patrick Peterson is playing here. The Ring of Honor debate is up. That's going to happen at some point. In fact, that came up with Kay Adams, too.
It's not even a thought to you to go into the Ring of Honor before Larry Fitzgerald. Why is Larry not in the Ring of Honor?
I have no idea. I don't think he officially retired yet. I think that's the issue.
I don't care that he's not officially retired. He's got to be the next one doing it. You don't have to officially retire.
Yeah, you don't have to file the papers.
Yeah. Who knows? Maybe he's coming back.
That's why they didn't draft a receiver or sign one.
Come on now.
Okay. Bickley and Marotta. Mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
In 2012, I said, hey, let's restart this moving company under a different name. It's got to be something with veterans. My dad's a veteran, my sister, my uncles, aunt, everybody in my family. And so we came up with Moving Team 6.
Tim Lee, founder of Moving Team 6.
As a family, we've kind of all joined in ranks, and we love what we do. Giving back, that's, to me, that's the most important thing when you're running a business. That's important. We're passionate about it.
Contact us at movingteam6.com. Your move is our mission.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Hi, I'm Carol Rice with your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Many homeowners move out of necessity, which is why I developed my Guaranteed Multiple Cash Offer program, giving you up to 6 of the best offers, including at least one at 100% of market value, or I'll pay the difference. A fast sale doesn't have to mean settling for one lowball offer. To get multiple offers, call me, Carol Royce, or visit carolhasthebuyers.com.
Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So, how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
What other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, it sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover is accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-837-5050. That's 800-837-5050. 800-837-5050.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, here's Lauren. She has our Twitter poll question of the day. You can find it on X at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. Lots of different directions we could go in today. What direction are you taking us?
Well, we rarely ever get to follow up a D-backs game already knowing the results.
Okay.
So with that in mind, we're asking, who is your D-backs MVP for the series win over the best team in baseball, the New York Mets? Is it Zach Gallen, Corbin Burns,
Perdomo,
Shelby Miller, or this man?
I mean, that's a gift, gift from God. I feel no pressure. I just like to enjoy my job, be happy on the field, Lindy, he's been a great mentor for me, same like Jose Ramirez and Ketel Marte. So for me, we hang over there in that situation. It's the same for me. It don't matter. It's no pressure. I got my blood is like frog. You know how the frog?
Right.
Cold.
Yes, yeah.
That's my blood. Yeah.
Frio.
Frissimo.
Fredo.
My blood is like frog's blood.
Like frog's blood? Is that what he said? Frog's blood?
Like cold. Like he's cold-blooded.
Yeah.
He's cold-blooded.
Stepping in yesterday in that pinch hit situation and delivering when he did. He's like, I have frog's blood. I'm cold. I'm just cold-blooded. I'm a amphibian, reptile?
Amphibian.
Amphibian? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Perdomo is your vote?
I'm going Perdomo because they don't win that game without him yesterday, and then they can't win the series. Then today doesn't mean anything. They finished the last game.
He also had the home run today.
Had the home run today.
Moment.
Exactly. I'm going with Perdomo.
Not Perdermo.
Perdomo.
Perdermo.
I like that you've ditched Jerry entirely.
Yeah. I have to say it in 2 syllables. Is that syllable?
I feel like you're in elementary school. Perdomo.
Yeah.
Remember we used to clap to count the syllables, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Lauren Koval. Dave Burns. Yeah. Perdomo.
I think my name had 14 syllables when you said it all.
Well, your Italian name?
Giovanni Giuseppe Italo Gambadoro.
I lost count. I don't know.
What a great exercise
that was
on air.
You know what? I'm going to look right into the camera. I apologize for wasting your time like that. I'm sorry we did that.
Mi dispiace.
Perdomo is my vote because I can't pick one of the starting pitchers. I would low-key give a nod to Ryan Thompson for the work he did. Coming out, I really would. I'd give a nod and a tip of the cap to him, but I'll say Perdomo.
And he is running away with it. 68% going with Jerry, 11% going with both Shelby Miller and Zach Gallen, and 9% going with Corbin Burns.
Now that Christian Walker's not on the Diamondbacks, Perdomo's my favorite player on that team. He's great.
I think he's a lot of people's favorite player.
Perdomo's my favorite. I mean, there's nothing against Cattell. He's great. It's nothing against Corbin Carroll. He's great. Gallen, all that. Geraldo Perdomo's a badass. He is just he's having his moment this year, and I hope it lasts.
Walker's got that batting average up to 196. In Houston, 4 homers, 9 RBIs.
He just hit a homer a couple of nights ago. Yeah,
he's got 4 homers and 9 RBIs. He's got 3 homers since April 19th.
All right, Derek Hall this morning on the Bickley and Murata show. Got to do something different with Justin Martinez.
I mean, obviously there's something wrong, right? And we've now seen that sample 3 times, and we have to figure it out. We rely on the pitcher, we rely on the player to tell us how he feels, and the mystery has been that he doesn't feel bad. You know, it's just been what we diagnosed as shoulder fatigue, but I just think, it's probably time to dig even deeper. We've been obviously having a lot of discussions last night, this morning. We have for the last week, but now we're getting to the point where something different has to be done.
Derek Hall on with the morning show today. Justin Martinez was put on the 15-day injured list today with right shoulder inflammation. Jose Castillo, left-handed reliever from AAA Reno, was called up. AJ Puck was also put on the 60-day injured list so they could make room to call up Jose Castillo on the 40-man. The Justin Martinez situation is bizarre. It's bizarre because he says he feels no pain. It's bizarre because he doesn't feel like he's hurt. He doesn't say he's hurt or hurting at all. And yet all you have to do is have a set of eyes and half a brain and watch these games and realize something ain't right with him physically. It was so obvious watching him last night. Something isn't right, and because of it, his confidence isn't where it needs to be.
Well, they knew it last night when Taylor hit the bomb home run off of him. It's like, that doesn't happen. Like, that does not happen. The velocity drop is the biggest thing as to why. Now, the Diamondbacks are not running an injured player out there. There's been no indication that Jamar's been injured. He says he's healthy. He's not saying he feels any issues. My understanding is he'll be back here and have an MRI within the next 24 to 48 hours. That he will have an MRI. They'll get some imaging just to see if there's anything wrong. He hasn't looked right. He's not complaining. He's not telling anybody anything's hurt.
Not at all.
But when you see 102 turn into 95, that's when guys like Taylor can turn on a fastball. They're seeing the same thing we're seeing. Nothing different. But again, there's no indication from anybody, from the Diamondbacks or from Justin Martinez, that there's anything wrong. But they put him on the injured list, and they'll get some imaging done. My understanding is in the next 2 days, he will get imaging done. They'll take a look at it, and they'll try to see if something's wrong. But he has not complained at all. He has not said he's injured. He's not complaining about any part of his body. So it's a mystery to everybody as to why that velo drop is down so much.
Troy Lovello said after the game yesterday, quote, he says he feels great. He says he feels great. That's what's so puzzling to all of us and to him, too, close quote. Geraldo Perdomo to Jody Jackson after the game, quote, it's kind of crazy. He doesn't feel any pain or anything like that. He'll get back to his normal velo. We worry about him, but thank God he doesn't feel any pain, but he's going to come back to his normal velocity soon, close quote. That's the mystery. That's the mystery is that, so then you just try to figure out the mystery. Is he having pain and not reporting it? I would think the trainers upon physical examination would at least be able to tell something's not right with them, that a ligament is not where it needs to be, that a muscle is more sore than it needs to be. You can physically examine a player and tell something is wrong before you need the imaging. You can't get a full detailed picture of it, but you can get at least an idea of what's going on with a player just by kind of touching the area and figuring it out. If they don't know what's going on and he's truly not having any pain, that's half the story. The other half of the story is exactly what you talked about, this velocity drop.
And commands.
The command. Yeah, and the command, which I think comes with the, oh, crap, I'm throwing 95. What do I do? You know what I mean? Like, I think part of the lack of command comes with the idea that I can't reach back and throw it 100 miles per hour the way and here's the other part that's baffling about it. He was throwing 100 miles per hour just about a week ago. On April 23rd, he made an appearance against the Tampa Bay Rays. He was fine. threw 12 pitches. I mean, it wasn't.
First 2 or 3 were not. I was at that game.
Yeah, it wasn't
at that game.
A+ velocity at first, but by the end, he was throwing 100-mile-per-hour sinkers. His two-seam fastball, that crazy sink, he was doing it. The question now is, can they survive this without him and without A.J. Puck? Because now Troy Lavella's got to do
Your two options are gone.
You went from two closers to zero
closers to zero. Exactly
like
right.
Two closers to zero closers.
There was the back-to-back games because they did pitch him in back-to-back games. I don't know. When I was at the game against Tampa, the first couple of pitches were not 100. You're like, oh, okay. But then they were. Like, okay. Then he, like his third or fourth pitch, okay, there it is. There's that velocity. But the velocity and the command, again, Diamondbacks seeing the same thing we're watching. It's tough because, like, the Diamondbacks organization is so careful with their players that absolutely not going to run somebody out there that has any hint at an injury, but there's been no hint. And I was saying last night, I just think it's like, I'm not the biggest believer that he's ready to be the closer right now anyway. And then, I put that out there. People, oh, he's got to be hurt. He's got to be hurt. Like, there's no indication he's hurt. But, okay, let's see. Do the imaging and find out.
There is an indication he's hurt. He's throwing 95 miles per hour. That's the indication he's hurt. Right?
Or dead arm still. If you want to consider that an injury, just the dead arm hasn't bounced back.
Whatever it is, physically, there's some reason he's not able to do the things that he normally does. I mean, that's the indication of an injury.
102 to 95.
Look, it's Kevin Ginkel. It's Shelby Miller. It's Ryan Thompson. It's Jalen Beeks. And who knows, maybe they caught lightning in a bottle with this Juan Murillo kid, and he can step into a high-leverage role for them. Those are the guys Torrey's going to have to trust. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, the Phoenix Suns have found themselves a new general manager. What is next for their old general manager, James Jones? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with D-backs manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app and 98.7.
Back here for the Berg Simpson Law Firm. I was driving home from work yesterday, and it was one billboard after another, after another, after another, after another. There are so many injury attorneys out there to choose from, and you probably think to yourself, okay, if I did get into an accident or if I have gotten into an accident, where do I start? Who do I call? You do your research, you do your homework, and you find out that Berg Simpson is just different. They're listed as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. Their individual attorneys are consistently listed as some of the very best in America, individually and as a firm. And you don't just have one attorney working for you. You have a whole army of researchers and attorneys who are working for you when you hire Berg Simpson. They're just different. You'll feel it right away the minute you hire them. I hope you don't need to call them, but if you ever are in need, let them represent you at Berg Simpson. 602-777-7000. 602-777-7000. Or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
DQ presents how to hit summer's sweet spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan-favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
At Chain Company, we know getting engaged is a big decision. But once you know, you know. That's the way our customers feel when they choose a Chain Company engagement ring. They walk into a warm welcome and walk out with their dream ring, knowing they got it right. For almost 100 years, we've been offering personalized shopping experiences. And we're in it way past the honeymoon, with a free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, cleanings, repairs, and resizing for life. Shop with us at shaneco.com or at your neighborhood store. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Are you a victim of the timeshare trap and think there's no way out? I'm Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, the original timeshare cancellation expert. And I'm here to tell you that there is a way out. All you need to do is give my office a call. I will send you a timeshare exit information kit absolutely free, explaining how the timeshare industry works and your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free info kit. 800-371-0505. 800-371-0505. Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today? Worried about your battery and the heat? We get it. You don't want to get stranded somewhere with a car that feels like an oven. We've got you covered at AutoZone, America's #1 battery destination. Our free battery testing and charging service can help. And if you need a battery, we'll help you find a new one, no problem. Power through with free battery testing and charging at AutoZone.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
An MLS showdown in the desert. Get ready for a night of top-tier soccer as Phoenix Rising hosts Major League Soccer's Houston Dynamo for the first time ever. Wednesday, May 7th at 7 p.m. It's a round of 32 clash in the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup, and tickets start at just $9. The first 2,000 fans through the gates will score a limited edition Phoenix Rising t-shirt, and the night features fan-favorite drink specials throughout the stadium. Get your tickets now at phxrisingfc.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Varaldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Phoenix Suns have announced front office changes. Brian Gregory is being promoted from within to serve as the team's next general manager. James Jones has been reassigned to a senior advisor role. Gregory previously served as vice president of player programming when he was hired by the Suns just a year ago. You could see reactions from our Kellen Olson and our Dan Bickley right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Diamondbacks got the series victory in Queens today with a 4-2 win over the Mets. Geraldo Perdomo and Tim Tawa homered in the victory. Snakes now make their way to Philadelphia, and did you see who is on a plane ride to Philadelphia? A certain second baseman, perhaps? Three-game series against the Phillies starts tomorrow afternoon. And in case you missed it, the Diamondbacks did announce a roster move prior to today's game. Justin Martinez has been placed on the 15-day injured list with right shoulder inflammation. AJ Puck has been transferred to the 60-day IL. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Phoenix Suns have their general manager, so when should we expect them to hire their next head coach? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
All right, it's the 3 o'clock hour here on the Burns and Gambo Show, and that is clearly, in addition to the Diamondbacks taking the series from the New York Mets, that is clearly the story of the day today. As the Suns have announced the changes to their front office, Brian Gregory has been named general manager. James Jones will transition to the role of senior advisor. Gregory has been on board with the organization for a year. He had the title of vice president of player programming prior to the Suns. 19 seasons as a men's basketball coach in Division I college. Most recently at South Florida. He also was the coach at Georgia Tech. He was the coach at the University of Dayton. And yes, he was an assistant coach under Tom Izzo at Michigan State when Matt Ishbia was
Yeah, and that's causing a lot of concern from fans. Like, did Matt hire his guy? Yeah, Matt hired a guy that he's comfortable with, that he knows, that he trusts. first go around. But again, like for 2.5 years, he was working with a general manager that was not somebody that was in his circle, not somebody that he knew, but he went with it because James had some success, took the team to the finals, did some really good things with the organization. But as the team has faltered over the last couple of years and it was time for a change, he decided to go with somebody that he was familiar with, somebody he trusts, somebody he knows. That's his right. Whether it works out or not, I don't know. I think it's fair to give this guy a chance, give him an opportunity. And I think the most important thing is I hope that, that he is, because what I've heard is he will be the voice. He'll be the sole voice. I hope that that's the case. Give him an opportunity. Let's see what he can do.
A word about James for a minute here, because I don't know what his future is going to hold. His contract still expires here in a couple of months. I don't know the exact date. He's got a new title now, and clearly the opportunity to stay if he wants. But if he's going to take a minimized role in this, or he's not going to have as loud of a voice, or if he's not going to have much of any voice at all, it might just be one of those opportunities where he would be looking for something else, and he would walk out the door, and the Suns wouldn't prevent him from doing that. James was, I don't know who was responsible for what the last couple of years. I know what I believe, and that I believe that the big tone-setting moves were made primarily by Matt Ishbia. Now, it's just my guess, my hunch. I don't know that for a fact. This is how I feel. I do know this. James Jones built an NBA Finals roster, and an NBA Finals roster that won a franchise record the next year. Now, that's not saying he's perfect and he's infallible. All we have to do is look at Tyrese Halliburton hitting a game-winning layup against the Milwaukee Bucks to realize that everybody makes mistakes. But I do wonder if his skills and his abilities were maximized to their fullest extent by the new owner, Matt Ishbia, in allowing James Jones to do his job. Because when he did do his job at the peak of his powers from 2019 to, say, 2023, he was pretty good at building a roster that won a lot of basketball games. He was really good at building a roster that won a lot of basketball games.
His philosophy was that we were not going to, and I had a lot of talks with James at that time, and I remember him very well. His philosophy is that we're not going to be better than other teams 1 and 2. Like our top two are not going to be better than our top two is, Devin Booker and Chris Paul. It's a good 1-2. It's not the best. There are many pro teams out there that have a better 1-2 than Chris Paul and Devin Booker. So we got to be better with our depth. We got to be better at 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 and 7 and 8 and 9 and 10. And so they built a roster that was pretty good. They built a roster that ended up going to the NBA Finals because they had DeAndre Ayton and Mikal Bridges, and they had Torrey Craig and Jake Crowder and Cam Johnson and Frank Kaminsky and Dario Saric and Cameron Payne. And you look at all, like, those are good NBA players. Mm-hmm. Like, none of those guys have struggled to stay in the league after they were gone. The Suns put a roster together last year, and James was handcuffed, not because of what the ownership put limitations-wise. He was handcuffed by the second apron, that because of Beal and Durant, like, we got to go get Keita Bates-Diop and Utah Watanabe. A lot of those guys aren't even in the league. There were like 4 guys they signed last year, not this past season, the season before. They weren't even in the league a year later. But if you look at the Suns roster, Cam Payne's still playing, and Dario Saric is still playing, and like all of these guys are Cam Johnson and Torrey Craig. These guys are still playing.
Now this is not, for me anyway, this is not meant to be like hey, James should have kept his job. James should have been given full autonomy. James Jones should be in charge of this. No, it's just more or less, it's to say thank you to James Jones, right, for taking us out, for taking the pieces that were worth keeping of the Ryan McDonough era, right?
Yeah.
For taking the pieces that were worth keeping, adding around them with pieces that needed to be added, the Kelly Oubres, the Ricky Rubios, the Cam Johnsons, et cetera, building a team good enough to capture Chris Paul's attention, then getting Chris Paul here, then getting Jay Crowder here, and then watching it work really well for the next 2 years. James Jones, I think, deserves a thank you for that, for what? Because he kind of took it. I was going to call it the dark era. I mean, it was starting a little bit at the end of McDonough's tenure to work in that they had Devin Booker, Mikal Bridges, and DeAndre Ayton. But taking those pieces, building around them, and taking us into what was a great 5-year run, he should be commended for that, and he should be appreciated for that. The thought I can't get out of my head, and you've been saying for weeks, front office change, front office change, front office change. This isn't that much of a change. They promoted the guy who was 2 doors down. They didn't hire anybody outside the organization. They didn't bring in a new voice. They didn't bring in a new vision. They hired a guy who'd been with the team for a year and who doesn't, frankly, have that much experience that suggests he's capable of. Is that a big change?
I mean, I think it is.
Oh, I
think it is. I don't think that Brian Gregory had a big voice in what was going on. I think he was scouting and development, but I don't think he was the guy making the decisions on free agency and the draft and things like that.
He was in the building.
Yeah, no, I get it.
He's not an outside independent, hey, I'm going to come in here, I'm going to do X, Y, and Z.
But now he gets to run the show. He wasn't running
I hope he gets to run the show.
He wasn't the first, second, third, or fourth voice in that room. So I do think it's a big, we could agree and disagree or whatever on whether it's going to work or not. I don't know. But do I think it's a big change? Yeah. I don't think that Brian Gregory had a big voice in what was going on. I think he had a small role, and now he's going to have the main role.
I guess when I say whatever role he had, I mean by bringing in an outside voice, you're bringing in somebody who truly has a level of independence, who truly has a level of I've seen this house that you've built from the outside. Now I'm going to come in and tell you how to fix it, as opposed to somebody who was part of the design of the house in the first place.
Yeah, could you have hired? I don't even know who the guys are. Could you have hired the assistant general manager of the Timberwolves or the Pacers or the Celtics or somebody and said, "Come in here"? Yeah, you could have done that.
Because that person, it would have felt like, had a little bit more juice to say, no, we're going to do it this way. And that's where the concern about Brian Gregory is. Does he have the juice to say, we're going to do it my way, this way? An outside voice has more. Bob Myers, he's got that juice. You hire Bob Myers ain't taking this job unless he knows, oh no, we're going to do this the way I think we need to do this. And when you hire an internal voice and somebody who's been there just a year and somebody whose resume is really lacking, I don't think he brings that juice to the table. That's what I'm saying.
It's a fair evaluation of he doesn't have the experience as a GM. Been around basketball a long time. He's been a head coach at the college level, worked with Tom Izzo. There is the connection with Michigan State, and people are not going to like that. If you took out the Michigan State connection, maybe people wouldn't be so upset about the hire. But the bottom line is Matt Ishbia is going to hire somebody he trusts to do the job the right way. The key will be, does this guy have the autonomy to run the organization in his vision? Will he be the leader of the coaches? Will he be the leader of the staff? Will he be the leader of the owner? Well, because again, as the GM, you're going to be in charge of all things. You've got to be the leader of the entire organization, and you've got to have the autonomy to kind of do that. So that will be something that we'll have to see over time.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, Kyler Murray says he wants to play with the Arizona Cardinals for the rest of his career. Will he be afforded that luxury? That's next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The Suns make some front office changes. Current VP of Player Programming Brian Gregory moves up to General Manager as James Jones leaves his GM role to become Suns Senior Advisor. With all the moves the Suns are expected to make this summer, how will their new GM handle the pressure? Get breaking Suns news and inside information from the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Water safety is a critical issue, especially in our community. We're here today with Rosaria Kane representing Fulton Homes, who's doing so much to support bringing awareness to this important cause.
My own son almost became a casualty. In the water, when they get over their head, they don't scream. They don't make a commotion. They don't splash. It's completely silent. If you're not watching them, you'll never know that something's happened until it's too late. And you hear that on the 911 tapes, that they just took their eyes off for, a few seconds, and next thing, the paramedics. So really important to make sure we have our eyes on the kids at every second, every day. The good news is these deaths are 100% preventable. Once you lose a kid, you'll never get them back. 2 seconds is too long.
KTAR News, Arizona Sports, and Fulton Homes want to remind you that 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water. Take action today. Visit Fulton2seconds.com. Northern Arizona University offers affordable, accessible education, guided by dedicated faculty and a welcoming, thriving community. Make your mark. That's NAU. Learn more and apply today at nau.edu/join.
When you switch to Progressive, you could save bundling your home and auto. Then you could put that money towards some of the surprisingly more expensive things in life.
May I help you?
I just wanted to request a late checkout, please.
Of course. That's $30 per hour for up to 4 hours.
Huh. Okay, but if you can offer a late checkout, then that probably means no one is staying in that room. So if it's empty, maybe I can just stay a few extra hours.
Oh, aren't you adorable?
Life costs a lot, so bundle and you could save with Progressive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
William is one of millions of Americans who uses GoodRx to save on the cost of their prescriptions.
My oldest daughter, Camilla, 2 days old, she had to have open heart surgery. All of a sudden, she's on 5 different medications. It adds up at the end of the month. Me and the pharmacist got so tight. She said, GoodRx save you a lot of money. Saving that extra $200-300 a month. We're able to do all these extra activities, so it puts less stress on our household, and it puts less stress on our pockets.
Download the free app or visit GoodRx.com and start saving today. GoodRx user compensated for their time. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Here are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi. I'm Tyler Drake. Matt Ishbia broke 2 rules, naming Brian Gregory the Suns' new GM, writes Dan Bickley. Zach Gallen tosses another New York gem as Diamondbacks conquer rare series win at Mets. And the Phoenix Suns promote Brian Gregory to GM as James Jones is reassigned. Those are your top 3 headlines on ArizonaSports.com, brought to you by Y-Refi.
All right, back here on this Thursday edition of the Burns and Gambo Show. It's nice to be able to stretch our legs a little bit. We haven't had a lot of full shows this week with the Diamondbacks on the East Coast, but we got one today. We had one on Monday. We will not have one tomorrow. They're in Philadelphia. But we do have a lot to talk about, and obviously with the Suns news and the Diamondbacks series win against the Mets, that's kind of the anchor of it. This was something we were going to talk about yesterday, and it was too short of a show to put it in there with everything else that was going on. So we decided to kind of save it for today, for lack of a better way of and I'm looking forward to having this conversation because I really don't know where it's going to go. Kyler Murray told Cameron Cox on 12 News tonight, quote, "If I could play my whole career here, finish it out here, sign me up." Guys like Kobe. Kobe played for one organization his whole career. That's something I admire, and that's something I want to do, close quote. Okay? So he said that. Okay. I don't know exactly when. Then one of us came across a story on theathletic.com. Said, yes, this year's quarterback class in the draft was not very good. Clearly, it was not very good. Next year's quarterback class, especially if Arch Manning decides to come out, is going to be way, way, way better. And the slant of the story was how it could help the Browns, who, yeah, they addressed quarterback, but they didn't really address quarterback. Or the Rams, they need a Matthew Stafford plan. And I read the story, and all I could think about was the Arizona Cardinals. Knowing full well how big of a year this is for Kyler Murray, if there's going to be that many quarterbacks in next year's draft, should we be thinking about that in the back of our mind?
You have to have a backup plan. You have to be prepared for it. If you're Monty Ossenfort, and you may love Kyler Murray, but obviously this is a big year for him. We all know it. We all believe it. Kyler's saying all the right things. He's doing a lot of right things. It just has to translate into more wins, more success, more victories, playoffs. It can't be a team that's always hovering around 6, 7, 8, maybe 9 wins. The team has to take that step. Because you don't want to all of a sudden look at 12 years of Kyler Murray and not have the success and say, man, we should have got off of this earlier.
Sure.
Now, again, the problem with having Kyler Murray is that you will win enough games to not have a top 5 pick in the draft. If he's healthy and he plays in all the games, you're not going to be, he's going to win you enough games. The team's going to be good enough to not be in a position to have a top 5 pick. So when you look at the quarterbacks, next year's quarterbacks, they're all going to go very quickly. So now you're talking about inventory, moving up, net future first, all that type of deal. If you find a spot with a team that has a quarterback, now you're offering them, I'll give you my first, I'll give you my third, I'll give you my fifth, I'll give you a first next year, I'll give you a second next year to try to move up to get that guy. But if that's the price of doing business, that's the price of doing business.
And that is the price of doing business. And sometimes the price of doing business is worth it. See Patrick Mahomes. And sometimes the price of doing business is not. See Bryce Young. Right? Like if you got to identify the right guy, you got to make a move for the right guy, you got to go get the right guy. And if you get the wrong guy, then it sets you back. But this is the fine line we've walked with Kyler Murray for the better part of the last 3 or 4 years. Can you do a lot worse than Kyler Murray? Yes. Can you do a lot better than Kyler Murray? A lot of people seem to think that you can do a lot better than Kyler Murray, but because he's so right down the middle of that, and that's why we're all so desperate to see that one defining year this year at a Kyler that reassures you and make you go, hey, you know what? You're good. You're good at the position. You're fine. You don't need to do anything because we haven't seen it. We haven't seen it completely yet. We've seen flashes of it. But one playoff game in 7 seasons.
Oh, yeah, it's not enough.
It's not nearly enough. And so if it's another year like that, it is absolutely going to be time for the Cardinals to move on. I mean, without question, it is going to be time for the Cardinals to move on if it's another typical, I don't even want to say a typical Kyler season, just a typical Cardinals season. If they don't, playoffs are bust, you've heard that since the draft. Totally. And if they don't get the playoffs, it's going to be time to move on. And that's where,
especially if he's the reason.
Names, yes.
If the reason they got held back is because the quarterback play wasn't good enough. Now, the quarterback play has been, there are games you look at Kyler Murray and you're like, wow, this kid could be great. Then there are games like, he's just not doing enough. He's very average. In the end, again, I don't think I've said this, and I'll continue to say it's not a top 10 quarterback. He's not a bottom 10 quarterback. And the toughest spot is the teams that have quarterbacks in the middle because you don't know what you have.
Yeah.
So you could get better, you could get worse. He's to the point of him wanting to retire a Cardinal. I remember going back to my conversations with Eric Burkhart back when the contract was getting done. I had many conversations with him, and he always took Kyler wants to be a Cardinal. He doesn't want to go anywhere else. He wants to get the contract done and stay here. He doesn't want to get traded. He doesn't want to end up somewhere else. So I do believe that that's true, that Kyler loves it here and wants to be a Cardinal.
I do too. I think he's being very sincere. And I think that's been what's made Kyler Murray so easy to root for these last couple of years, certainly since Monty and Jonathan Gannon have taken over. There's a lot of sincerity in Kyler. Not that there wasn't before, but it feels more real now. It feels like there's been an extra level of sincerity to Kyler Murray's deeds and his actions and what he's done. If we're going to put too fine a point on it, he needs to be better in the second half of these seasons when they have a chance to clinch playoff spots, when they're playing meaningful football in November and December, because unfortunately, that has been the defining trait of the Kyler Murray era. Teams that looked like they were good enough to get there and at the end weren't, because they largely, and he did not play well in December. He did not play well in November. He had 8 interceptions in the final 7 games, only 9 touchdown passes. They went 2-5 during that stretch. The names are, now again, not all of these guys, remember, we're in the NIL era now of college football. Not all of these guys are going to declare for the draft. Some of them are going to get paid really good money to stay in college football another year. So I don't know who's going to be available. I don't know who's going to be out there. But there are guys like Arch Manning. There's Garrett Nussmeier out of LSU. There's Drew Allaire out of Penn State. There's South Carolina's Lenora Sellers that everybody's very high on. There's the Clemson kid, Cade Klubnik, that everybody's very high on. There's Sam Leavitt. There's Ole Miss's Austin Simmons, who's on the list. Miami's Carson Beck, the Baylor quarterback, the K-State quarterback. Now, not all of these are first round. We have a whole year to go before we get there. I'm just saying, I know me, these are quarterbacks I'm going to be keeping an eye on during the college football season, just in case that is a path you need to take if you're the Cardinals. Because if you have another season like we've seen the last few, it's going to be a path you're going to need to take. If
you cannot have that type of finish again. You cannot. The thing that Kyler has to do is he's got to elevate other people's games. He's got to elevate Michael Wilson's game. He's got to elevate Marvin Harrison Jr.'s game. Can't just be Trey McBride. Or in the past before that, it was Hopkins.
Good point. Yep.
You got to elevate the game of the other guys. I think Kyler does a good job of focusing on one guy, and I've got this rapport, and that's going to be my guy. You've got to elevate the other guys on the team and get more out of them.
Join Kyler Murray and friends for the first annual Kyler Murray Foundation Celebrity Softball Game. It's happening May 17th at Salt River Fields. If you want to be there, register now for your chance to win a family 4-pack of tickets. Head to the contest page at arizonasports.com for all of the details and your shot at winning. How important was this series win for the Arizona Diamondbacks, and what does the bullpen look like now? Our lead D-backs reporter from arizonasports.com, presented by Y-Refi, Alex Weiner, joins us next on Burns and Gambo.
Subscribe to the Arizona Sports YouTube channel
to watch and listen to exclusive conversations and content.
From Bickley and Murata, Wolf and Luke, Burns and Gambo, and more. Search up Arizona Sports on YouTube and hit the subscribe button.
Back here to tell you about Global Credit Union. It's never been a better time to sign up for Global Credit Union than right now, celebrating a decade of member service here in the Valley. I'm a very happy member of Global Credit Union. Checking accounts, savings accounts, loans, and more. It's just better. It's better than banking. It's better than traditional banking because the strength of Global Credit Union is in the fact that 750,000 people are members of Global Credit Union, and all that membership is what allows them to deliver a better version of banking to you. You can always reach a live person 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. They're all about eliminating fees at Global Credit Union. And if you have direct deposit set up with your employer today, maybe, or tomorrow, I should say, is payday for you. You know what? You got direct deposit set up. You can access your paycheck a day earlier, 2 days earlier, 3 days earlier with Global Credit Union. Explore all the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee. Only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Every day, helping, caring, supporting. Every day at APS, we're here to provide payment assistance programs to customers in need. We recognize how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. Our energy support program offers eligible customers discounts of up to 25 or 60% every month. Pay down your bill with crisis bill assistance and other programs and resources. Learn how you can get help with your bill at aps.com/brighter.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns have announced front office changes today. Brian Gregory is being promoted from within to serve as the team's next general manager. James Jones has been reassigned to a senior advisor role. Gregory previously served as vice president of player programming when he was hired by the Suns just a year ago. You can see the reactions from our Kellen Olson and our Dan Bickley right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And the Diamondbacks got the series victory in Queens with a 4-2 win over the Mets today. Geraldo Perdomo and Tim Tawa homered in the victory. Snakes are now making their way to Philadelphia to start a 3-game set with the Phillies tomorrow afternoon. By the way, did you see where Ketel Marte is right now? Anybody? Did you see what his Instagram story is showing him going towards? Anybody? Hint, hint, if you didn't already catch it. And then in case you missed it, the Diamondbacks announced a roster move prior to today's game. Justin Martinez has been placed on the 15-day injured list with right shoulder inflammation. Lefty Jose Castillo has been selected from AAA Reno. In another corresponding move, AJ Puck has been transferred to the 60-day injured list. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Day game for the Diamondbacks before they head off to Philadelphia. Another big moment. We'll tell you all about it tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
And for the first time since 2017, I don't even want to know how old Alex was in 2017. I don't even want to know. For the first time since 2017, the Arizona Diamondbacks go to New York, go to Queens, go to Citi Field, and they get a series win against the New York Mets. Okay, fine, Alex, tell me, how old were you in 2017?
That was August 2017 , correct? So
sure.
I was just starting at ASU. So
Okay,
I was a freshman in college.
so you weren't that young. All right, I thought you were going to tell me.
I think I was 18 years old.
Junior
Yeah.
high or something like that, and I was really going to feel bad.
Just starting
about
up
myself.
5th grade.
Yeah, so let's see. What's going on, Gambo? Got mic issues over there? What? No, there you go. How about that? You good?
I'm looking at your buttons and trying to figure out what buttons I got to push to make it work. I don't know.
It's the hardest button to button. It really is.
Yeah. It's good service from Mitch.
Mitch is used to it. Mitch is when Gambo does this, Mitch knows.
I'm just looking around like I don't hear myself.
Yeah, Mitch knows to come
Then Mitch
running.
goes back in and under his breath he's like, "This guy's so stupid. I can't wait to not work with him anymore."
How big of a series win do you think that was for them?
It's huge.
Relative to everything else, you know?
Sure. I think it's a huge one, right? Because they're going through some adversity right now, namely in the bullpen. You know, they're about to get Ketel Marte back, but he wasn't back for this series. So you can kind of look at this as kind of a vulnerable spot for them going to New York, a place they haven't played well over, as you mentioned, in recent history. And you pick up 2 out of 3 against a team that had the best record in baseball going into the series. Not only that, you're going to see them again, next week at Chase Field, and winning season series, as we learned, with the harsh lessons of last year, is a really big deal against teams that are competing for these National League spots, and this should be a really competitive National League. So, yeah, I do think even though it is early in the season, this is a pretty big series win, but you got to follow that up next week.
I think about the best thing to come out of it to me is the back-to-back quality, really good starts by Burns and Gallen. That is my biggest takeaway, is that those two guys both pitched 2 gems in their games.
Absolutely, yeah. 6 innings, 1 run for Burns, 6 innings, 1 run for Gallen. I thought Gallen looked a bit better today than Burns did yesterday, but Burns walked 5 batters and still was able to manage getting out of situation after situation. So he kind of did what aces do, where you don't have your best stuff, but you still find ways to get through it. He's starting to stack together not great starts, but good starts. And I think that's kind of the next step forward for him. And then Gallen looked as good today as we've seen since that Yankee Stadium start earlier in the season, right? Because, he gave up the 1 home run to Soto, but he really wasn't dealing with a ton of traffic throughout the game.
No.
Nobody got into scoring position for the Mets when they were facing up against him. So really attacking the zone. The curveball was nasty. It usually is, but today it was particularly elusive. So I think it was a great sign to see those two stretch back-to-back starts together.
Go ahead.
I was going to say, my second takeaway is, and we may disagree on what the second takeaway is. To me, it's Ryan Thompson getting back on track. No one can say it's Ginkel, but to me, Ryan Thompson's ability to get back on track is so important to this baseball team. With A.J. down and J-Mart down and Ginkel just coming back, they need Ryan Thompson to be what he was last year. So if the last couple of times he's taken the mound, he's pitched really good. Got out of a bases-loaded jam with only giving up the one run last night. He was really good.
Yeah, especially after the hit by pitch to Pete Alonso, bases loaded. I mean, that could go really off the rails a little bit. But yeah, you're right. I think they need stability in the bullpen the way that's going now. With no A.J. Puck, with no Justin Martinez, we'll see what the timelines are for them. Puck just went on the 60-day, so that gives a little bit more clarity that he's going to be out at least a little while. Having Ryan Thompson, getting Kevin Ginkel back in the fold, having Shelby Miller continue what he's been doing, just finding ways to stack innings when you're waiting for those top two guys to get back is huge.
Alex Weiner, our D-backs reporter for ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. He's joining us here in studio as we're talking Diamondbacks baseball. They won the series today, winning last night and then again this morning to take the series 2-1 against the New York Mets. They're on their way to Philly right now to open up that 3-game series. In Alex's world, build the bullpen for me. Start like in your mind's eye, ninth inning, and then work your way backwards. How do you think it will look, or how would you choose for it to work? Whichever way you want to go, you tell me. Sure. Build the bullpen for me, Alex.
Yeah, good question. Roles, it's been such a topic for this team over the last couple of years. We saw how good it worked for them in 23, and this year, they had definitive roles. It was just, Puck against a certain matchup in the ninth inning, Martinez against a certain matchup in the ninth inning. Now that those are gone and that's off the table a little bit, I think Shelby Miller has earned a right to kind of get a look back there. He got the save today, 1-2-3. I mean, he's been probably the most reliable reliever that they've had throughout this season. Certainly. I don't think he's given up an earned run yet. Maybe a couple inherited, but that's about it. So you have him, and you can kind of build it backwards from there.
Okay.
Certainly, you can kind of map it out and see if, kind of like the Puck and Martinez thing, where if you feel like a lot of righties in the eighth, a lot of lefties in the ninth, you can kind of do that with Beeks a little bit too. They just brought up Jose Castillo, who I don't know what kind of leverage he's going to get, but he's another lefty to have in there for at least some flexibility. So I think I would start with Miller in the ninth, and then you can kind of build it back with, Beeks, Ginkel, Thompson, depending on the matchups for those kind of higher leverage moments.
What about Murillo? Where do you think he might fit in this hierarchy?
Yeah,
I like him.
He's got good stuff. He was a standout in spring training. It was kind of like, where could this guy possibly fit in? Goes to Reno, starts off the season really well, and I think he's held his own in the majors. So he's still, super inexperienced at the major league level at this point. They've given him a couple of not super high leverage, but maybe medium leverage situations, and he's handled himself well. I think as he builds more and more trust, he could be somebody who emerges as a potential go-to guy as long as, some other guys are out.
Ryan Nelson is still in a good position to be a starting pitcher if somebody goes down. Checked on this just yesterday or today, and it's like they still feel good about him, especially with that outing he had. Was it for Erod when he came in for Erod and pitched so well because he threw a lot of pitches, threw a lot of innings Tuesday night. He's in line to replace Erod. I think Erod's kind of been the weak link in the rotation, in my opinion. He hasn't pitched great, hasn't pitched bad at times, but he just hasn't been very good. That was a rough outing for him. I think Ryan Nelson could still be a guy that starts, but I don't know how much longer they can keep playing that game. At some point, he's going to just be a reliever this year.
Yeah, the phrase Torrey used all spring training is the point of no return for Ryan Nelson and keeping him as a reliever. I'm not entirely sure what it was. To be honest, I thought it would be at this point already, but he's been able to keep the pitch count up.
They thought it was about 4 to 6 weeks.
Yeah.
And we're probably at the 6th week right now.
We're about 5 or 6 weeks now.
5 or 6 weeks in.
Just about there.
But because of that last outing, because he's stretched out pretty good, they might have bought themselves another couple of weeks in case there is an injury or in case they have to make a change. I thought about it watching Erod pitch, like, boy, do you make a move right there. But then you look back at some of his other starts, and he had some starts that were pretty good. I think he's been the weak link, but I don't think you take him out of the rotation just yet.
No. I thought for the most part this season, before that last outing, his numbers were a little bit worse than how he looked. I think he was a little bit unfortunate in some of his outings to, tack on a couple runs here and there, some inherited runners. that was a tough start for him on Tuesday. And Nelson, I think he almost threw as many pitches as Erod in that game, right?
He did. I think
so
exactly the same, but difference of one. I think there was a difference of maybe one pitch.
Crazy.
Right, that works out pretty well for their plan of trying to keep him stretched out. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure how much longer they can do it. I mean, it's been kind of, knock on wood. They've been really fortunate to have the health in the starting rotation that they've had. I mean, just look around the rest of the league, and that's not something that's super common in the first month of the year. So again, it's we called it a good problem to have all spring training. It still is one, and you still kind of have to figure out what that point is.
Yeah, they've had the good health, but they've also had these, and it's not strategic. It's more luck than anything else. But they've had a starter just about every time in the rotation who's had the kind of outing that just, okay, here it is. Ryan, it's your game for the rest of the game. Go take it. Whether it's Corbin Burns going 5 1/3, whether it's Eduardo Rodriguez the other day, right? Like, it seems like they've almost gotten fortunate in that one of their starters has been poor enough that it's dictated he get out of the game by the 4th or 5th inning, and you can just give. And I don't know if that's that's not ideal either, right? You don't want to. Hey, we'll get Ryan Nelson some innings because our starter's going to suck this week, right? You don't want that to be the plan either.
Absolutely not. And I think a lot of guys are trending in the right direction for that, and that's going to create some tough decisions, right? Because Brandon Pfaadt's been good all year, and Kelly, other than that Yankee start, has been really good all year. Burns is pitching better and better, and Gallen's coming off a great start. So, yeah, if they get better and deeper outings out of their starting pitchers, then that creates a little bit more of a problem and urgency for Ryan Nelson.
I just saw in our team's chat, I'm assuming this is from his Insta account, right? Okay, Ketel Marte with a picture of himself on an airplane, and it just says Philadelphia. So he's going to be there. Now,
Freedom? Did it say Philadelphia Freedom?
It didn't say Philadelphia
Sean
Freedom.
on
It just said Philly. He wasn't quoting Elton John. No, it was just him saying Philadelphia. Now, Gambo has said Tim Tawa's not going anywhere when Ketel Marte comes up. And the three of us were kind of brainstorming, okay, how do you bring Ketel Marte back if you keep Tim Tawa? And I think Alex might have stumbled on it. What's your idea? Because I think this is it.
Yeah, because, if Tim Tawa is going to stay on the team, that leaves them kind of, if it's Garrett Hampson who heads out, that kind of leaves you without a backup shortstop. Tawa played there in college, but not so much in the minor leagues and not at the major league level. I don't think you want to put Ketel over there and kind of the state that he's in at this point. So what I thought was like maybe it could be somebody like Jorge Barosa, who's a really good defensive outfielder, but Garrett Hampson can also play in the outfield and give you some coverage there. So that's kind of the first thing that came to my mind.
Part of the reason why Hampson made the roster was because he could play outfield.
Yeah.
And because they treasured the fact that he was versatile enough he could do that. That's it.
And pretty well.
And pretty well, too, because you don't want to sacrifice a pitcher. You don't want to go to a 7-man bullpen right now, not with the way things have been going.
I'm expecting Tawa stays based on my conversations and what I've done. I think it's more than likely that Tawa will stay. They had not made a final decision yet, but they were leaning towards Tawa staying. And I think the kid deserves it. I mean, the kid is, at times I've seen some spectacular defensive plays by him, and his power is obvious. I mean, he's actually, for the bottom of the lineup to get that type of home run power in the bottom of the lineup is pretty good.
Yeah, 5 home runs already, homered again today. I think some pretty good at-bats, too, for the most part. And you're right, defensively, he's had a couple rookie moments. That's going to happen. But I think he's looked pretty athletic over there and capable of handling it.
Yeah. Alex, we appreciate the time. We always enjoy reading your stuff at ArizonaSports.com. You do a great job covering the team. Thanks for coming on talking D-backs baseball with us.
Anytime. Appreciate it.
Alex Weiner from ArizonaSports.com, presented by Y-Refi. Diamondbacks, they are on their way to Philadelphia. They'll play the Phillies, first of 3 tomorrow. When we come back, we asked Alex to build his ideal bullpen backwards. What about Gambo and I? How would we build the bullpen now with the news about Justin Martinez and A.J. Puck? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs at the Mets.
Swinging a jam shot grounder to short. Perdomo charging, has it, throws to first. In time, got him, and that's your ball game. D-backs win it by a final score of 4-2. And they come into Queens and they take 2 of 3 from baseball's best in the New York Mets.
A D-backs series win at the Mets. Now to Philly for 3 games at the Phillies. Coverage of Game 1 of the Phillies series tomorrow afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Saw this article today. This is a great article for those of you that are renting and want to own a home. Phoenix housing market faces mass sell-off as home values plunge. Now, for us homeowners out there, we don't like to hear that, but it says as the dust settles on the pandemic buying frenzy, which massively inflated home prices, property values in Phoenix are collapsing. They say they're going down. Now that puts a lot of people in line to afford a house, which is a great thing. There's a lot of young people out there that can't afford a house right now. I tell you this because I want you to call the Lund Mortgage team and get pre-approved for a mortgage absolutely free. So as these house prices come down, it becomes more affordable for a lot of you to be able to buy a home. You want to get pre-approved for free, and the Lund Mortgage team with over 30 years of experience will get that done for you. Call them at 623-889-0130. Say, Gambo said the house prices are coming down. I might be able to afford a house. Let's see what we can do. And they will work with you to get you pre-approved so that way you can get a mortgage and buy that house. Call the Lund Mortgage team at 623-889-0130 or go to lundmortgage.com.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the May 9th Dbacks game against the Dodgers, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-750-2525. That's 800-750-2525. Again, that's 800-750-2525.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, this is Ron Wolfley for Aria Dental Implant Center. I'm here right now with Cynthia and Leo, who have both had the all-on-4 dental implant treatment. What was your experience with Dr. Joe like? Cynthia.
He's a genius. He's amazing. He's great with his staff. He makes you feel like family.
So if you guys were to be asked by somebody that is listening right now, would you get the all-on-4 dental implant treatment? Why would you tell them to go to Aria Dental Implant Center?
They take care of you. The price is right. They work with you. They have a great system there.
Yes, they do.
Can't beat it.
And what about your confidence level as well?
You remember when you used to be really confident in your 20s and 30s?
Yep.
Well, you gained that back.
Big time.
Don't listen to me. Listen to Leo and Cynthia. Go to AriaDentalImplantCenter.com. That's ARIA DentalImplantCenter.com.
Pioneer Landscape Centers is now part of Site One Landscape Supply. That means more products, better pricing, and 14 locations. We stock bulk rock, sand, soil, hardscapes, artificial turf, tools, lighting, and now irrigation at select branches. Visit pioneerco.com to find your nearest branch and order pickup or job site delivery.
Hey, this is Jared, and how will the future of Kevin Durant be affected by the future of the Greek Freak? And by Greek Freak, I'm of course referring to 1980s sitcom character Balki Bartakamus. And now we are so happy, we do the dance of joy. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
You know, we're lucky that we have the depth in the bullpen. We've got guys like Shelby Miller. I mean, thank goodness, a couple of signings or a couple of acquisitions. You know, you look at the trade for Naylor, how that has played out, and then you look at the signing of Shelby Miller. And in spring, he just kept performing. We kept saying, boy, we got to find a roster spot for this guy. And he's pitched well out of the bullpen the last 3 or 4 years or whatever it's been in L.A. and Detroit. And so, you know, had we not signed him and kept him on this roster, I don't know where we'd be. And then, of course, Beeks has been a it's just been a godsend. So we've got guys like Ginkel who have closed in the past. I believe Shelby can close. So if we're not going to be able to rely on Justin until we figure out what's going on, we do have guys capable, and we do have depth in that bullpen.
Dbacks president and CEO Derek Hall, he was a guest this morning on the Bickley and Murata show for his weekly segment. We're going to have Torrey on tomorrow for our show, and we'll obviously have a lot more conversation about this with him.
I heard he was a little upset with Kellen Olson wearing, a Seattle Mariner jersey?
Was he?
I think Kellen Olson was wearing a Seattle Mariner jersey.
When was this? When
this morning, yeah.
Oh, this morning?
I think I heard that, yeah.
Torrey was upset about it?
No, I think Derek was.
Oh, Derek was.
You just mentioned Derek Hall was on with the guys.
I mentioned Torrey on with us, and then when you said,
Let's get that man a Diamondback jersey. Come on, Kellen.
Come on. You not have jerseys from other teams that you don't root for necessarily?
I do, but when was the last time you saw me wear one?
Well, you don't wear jerseys very often.
How's Team Italia doing, by the way, Gambo? Just want to ask.
Okay, it's a little different, right? That's not representing somebody else's team. It's just a country.
If there's a jersey of a player I like, I will absolutely wear it, whether I like the team or not, without question. Like a powder blue George Brett jersey.
Oh, yeah.
Or an Ichiro jersey. Or
I think that's what he was wearing.
Or a Barry Sanders Detroit Lion. I will absolutely wear those. And it doesn't mean I'm a fan of the team, but I'm a big fan of the player. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
Luka Doncic in purple and gold suit you?
That would be a negative, Ghost Rider. The pattern is full. We're not in work to the early innings. Who's his ninth inning guy? Shelby Miller? Matchups? Jalen Beeks?
Well,
what does he do?
I can't imagine that it's not going to be matchup oriented. But I think if you said to me, which guy would I choose at this point? I like Ginkel, but I would not have a problem with Shelby Miller closing baseball games with the vast experience he has.
Did today give you pause about Kevin Ginkel?
I think he hasn't pitched in a while, and then you're going to be some bumps in the road, but I believe in Ginkel. His first outing was good. I still believe he's being the guy. But if you want a guy that's saved games before, a guy that's been in the major leagues for a long time, has the experience, the moxie, there's nothing wrong with Shelby Miller's that choice. Look, come the end of after the All-Star break and after the trade deadline, it's not going to be any of these guys. It's very likely they go out and they trade for somebody, or A.J. Puck or J. Mart is back and establishes himself. But in the meantime, you've got to patchwork it. You got to figure out how to do it. There's options. I think Murillo is a great option that throws 100, but I don't think you're going to put him in that situation. A kid's a rookie. He doesn't have the experience. Shelby's got the experience. So does Ginkel. Either one of those guys would be a good option for me.
No, I don't think you put Murillo in there yet, but I tell you what, he becomes a player to watch, I think, in that bullpen. He becomes a player to judge every single outing by. But honestly, in a very similar way to Shelby Miller at the start of the season. Today is May 1st. The season is barely a month old. On March 26th, when they played the opener against the Chicago Cubs, nobody was thinking about Shelby Miller other than, he can give you a couple of innings. He'll kind of be there if you got a big lead or if you're down a lot, and he'll chew up some innings and things like that. It took Shelby Miller about a week and a half before everybody realized, oh, no. He can do much more than that. He can give you much higher leverage than that. He doesn't need to just be the guy who gives you 2 innings when you're getting blown out or you're doing the blowing out. And I'm going to watch Murillo with the exact same way that we kept an eye on Shelby Miller at the start of the season. Can he earn those leverage roles? Can he pitch enough to quickly move up Torrey's depth chart? Maybe not all the way to closer. Probably not all the way to closer. But can he become a leverage guy? Because I think like 5 leverage guys. I'm asking for 5. 5 guys that you feel good about in a situation where things are getting a little dicey. Ginkel's one, Miller's another. Thompson, with the way he pitched against New York, he's certainly back in that club, no doubt. Beeks is one, and then after that, things get a little dicey, right? I don't think there's anybody else in the bullpen right now. I've got 4. I'd feel a whole lot better if there was a 5th. And I'd feel really good if Murillo was the guy.
You're not counting Ryan Nelson?
He's just... I heard Torrey talking about this yesterday pregame. His role is so unique. I need a guy that if I need 2 outs, you're getting 2 outs. Now, if they make up their mind that Ryan Nelson's going to be that guy, then yes, I feel great about Ryan Nelson.
And again, right now, he's still on track to be a starter. It's worked out better than they could have expected with him being stretched out, the amount of innings he's been able to pitch, the amount of pitches he's been able to throw. But at some point, you do get to the point of no return. You do get to that point where, like, okay, he is just going to be a closer. Shelby Miller doesn't have, not a save guy. He was with Detroit last year. He had 2. He was with that Dodgers the year before. He had 1. But he has the ability to do it with the moxie he has because being a veteran player, been in this league for 13 years, he's not phased taking the ball in the 9th inning and having to get 3 outs. I think it's a fair question. Like, do you try to make one guy your closer or do you try to, just mix him? See, it was easy to mix and match when it was Puck and J-Mart because I got 2 lefties coming up, it's AJ.
Yeah.
I got 3 righties coming up, it's J-Mart. But your decision now is a righty, a righty, or a righty. If you take Beeks out of it,
Beeks, right? Unless
it's a righty, a righty, or a righty.
Yeah.
At that point, I think it's better to just make a decision because everybody will have defined roles.
And that's a really, really good point. And that's what's got me thinking about this whole thing is that no matter what Torrey decides on how to do it, it's not going to be as good as it could have been because Justin Martinez and A.J. Puck at their best are electric relievers with electric stuff. And no matter how you try to patch these holes, if you're Torrey, you're not going to be able to fix it completely. You're not. You're trying to replace 2 freakishly electric relievers in your bullpen. Nothing against the guys who are doing the replacing. I feel like as a unit, they're bound to take a step back because you're taking 2 quality arms out of the mix.
It's going to be hard not to. It's going to be hard not to. But again, if Burns and Gallen can pitch the way they have, that's going to help a lot of things. It's just going to make a lot of things, a lot easier for them if those 2 guys pitch well.
4 o'clock reset time. We'll get you caught up on everything going on in sports. Stay with us here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Tell you about Stuart Willis. He's a fiduciary right here in Arizona, 5 locations in the Valley. You may have seen him, the Asset Preservation Hour on TV, Saturday and Sunday, giving people advice. And that's one of the things he does. And one of the reasons why I've been working with Stuart Willis in asset preservation for many years now is because my financial plan, my retirement plan are a priority for me. It's a priority for me. And it was always a priority for me. And I think for a lot of you out there, you get in these phases in life where you don't think about it so much because you're just so darn busy. You're working. The kids are in sports. You've got soccer practice. You got baseball practice. You got lacrosse practice. You're always on the go. Dance for your daughters, whatever it may be. Softball for your daughters. Like, you're just always on the go, and you don't really think about how important it is to have a financial plan. Because you're like, I don't really have to worry about it for 20 years. But you do. You could, because eventually you want to get to a point where you can dictate on your terms how you're going to go out, how you're going to retire, and what kind of life you're going to have in retirement. That's why I recommend sitting down with Asset Preservation, Wealth, and Tax and just getting a free portfolio review. There is a lot to gain and not a lot to lose, and it doesn't cost you anything. There's no cost here. Sit down with Stuart Willis, go over your portfolio, show him what you've got, your 401ks, your investments, and let him give you some advice and see if you guys can work together. The number to call is 602-877-PLAN. That's 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor.
This is Jill Schlesinger. May is Military Appreciation Month, and I know how much I appreciate the military. I married into a military family. I hear from so many members of the military, and Navy Federal Credit Union wants us to celebrate those who go above and beyond for us every day. If you're active duty, a veteran, or part of a military family, you're eligible to join. At Navy Federal Credit Union, the members are the mission. Learn more at NavyFederal.org/celebrate. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Why'd I go to the doctor? One day at the firehouse, I was so lightheaded I could barely stand. Even my crew noticed. Getting checked out was the right call. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit NoTimeToWait.com, sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox Internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile. Taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
They will resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He had heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, an irregular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke. A first stroke occurred in 2.9% of warfarin patients versus 2.3% of Eliquis patients.
Don't stop taking prescription Eliquis without asking your doctor. It may increase your stroke risk. Eliquis can cause serious and in rare cases fatal bleeding. Don't take Eliquis if you have an artificial heart valve, abnormal bleeding, or antiphospholipid syndrome. While taking, you may bruise more easily or take longer for bleeding to stop. A spinal injection while on Eliquis increases risk of blood clots, which may cause paralysis, the inability to move. Get medical help right away for unexpected bleeding, unusual bruising, or tingling, numbness, or muscle weakness. Medications such as aspirin products, NSAIDs, SSRIs, SNRIs, and blood thinners may increase bleeding risk. Tell your doctor about all planned medical or dental procedures. Learn more at Eliquis.com or call 1-855-ELIQUIS.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns have announced front office changes today. Brian Gregory is being promoted from within to serve as the team's next general manager. James Jones has been reassigned to a senior advisor role. Gregory previously served as the vice president of player programming for the Suns when he was hired by the team just a year ago. You can see the reactions from Markellen Olsen and our Dan Bickley right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. And the Diamondbacks got the series victory in Queens today, a 4-2 victory in the finale against the Mets. Geraldo Perdomo and Tim Tawa homered in the victory. Now off to Philadelphia they go. 3-game set with the Phillies starts tomorrow afternoon. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
Halfway home on this Thursday afternoon. Lauren is here. She's got the top stories of the day, the 4 o'clock reset on the Burns and Gambo show. Hi, Lauren.
Hi, guys.
Wave to all the people watching on YouTube.
Oh, right. Hello, everybody watching on YouTube.
Hi.
I think I'm in the new shot. Since we changed our backgrounds, I've had to shift where I sit a little bit.
Oh, you have? Okay.
I hope I'm there.
Yeah. Gambo's, you got that no bull shirt back on again.
I was really busy. I didn't have time to change.
No.
Like I'm trying to get to work, and I'm working on Diamondbacks news with J Mart and Lawler and Tawa, and I'm the Suns, and I'm working on that. To give you guys the info that people want to know. I'm very busy.
Very busy.
I didn't have time to change my shirt.
Very busy.
I went to the gym.
Oh, you wore that shirt at the gym?
Just a short workout. I was just a small one.
Workplace etiquette violated.
I'm happy that I'm not in that thing.
Yeah, you're separated by a piece of glass right there. No, I'm kidding. It's fine. Just teasing you.
I got to move the body a little bit every day. I have to.
Yeah, of course. What are the top stories today? What's going on in sports, Lauren? Please.
Good night, everybody.
No. We still got 2 hours
show.
to
Come on,
go.
Gambo.
2 hours.
Gut it out.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I I gotta go.
The 4 o'clock reset, notoriously the halfway point of our show.
Yeah.
Yep. Well, we got to lead off with the big news of the day, which is the Phoenix Suns have named their current vice president of player programming, Brian Gregory, as their new GM. James Jones will shift into a senior advisory role, while Suns and Mercury CEO Josh Bartelstein is sticking with his role.
We're going to get into this in the next segment of the show. We've talked a lot about it already. It's kind of it is our top story of the day.
Yeah.
It's a big job. I hope he's up to it. I hope he's up to the challenge of it. It's a big job, and his lack of experience doing things like this is deeply concerning to me, Gambo. Deeply concerning.
You are
to
the
me.
leader of the entire organization. You are the leader of the organization as the general manager. You're the leader of the coaching staff. You're the leader of the players. You have to lead the owner. Like, you are the leader of the... You could say the owner is, but no, it's the GM. The GM is the leader of the organization. This is a big task. The Suns feel confident that this guy has incredible leadership qualities. It is something that has been lacking, and it is something that is needed.
For what it's worth, Gregory will report to Matt Ishbia in this role.
Yes, he'll be the sole voice. He will report to only one person, and that will be the owner.
All right, and the NBA Finals, those things are still going on. The Rockets got the win over the Warriors, 131-116 last night. The Warriors still hold a 3-2 series lead, but Steph, he's got an injured thumb. So what is the status of that?
Cold. It's just something you're dealing with, and you keep it moving. As long as I can play. You got to rap for a reason, but that's it.
But more importantly, what did Dylan Brooks have to say about it post-game?
Target that.
No, I've been playing the game. Shoot. If you're gonna come play the game injured or whenever you got, it's all about the game. You know, if I had an injured ankle, I would attack that ankle every single time. So, whatever they're saying on the broadcast, they can keep saying it.
The rub on this one is this. Steph Curry's got this thumb injury that he's dealing with. And the idea that once the ball is out of Steph's hands in a shooting motion, you can touch him. You know, you can physically make contact with the player. And the idea is that Dylan Brooks, as a savvy veteran, is waiting until Steph Curry releases the ball
and
then is kind of swiping at his hand to try to... Now, even Steve Kerr has said, hey, look, that's the rule. And
he called it a loophole.
It's yeah, that's a loophole. And as long as that's the rule, there's nothing we can do about it. They need to change the rule. But as long as that's the rule, there's nothing we can do about it. So I'm not...
But if it gets Steph to think about it, hey, you can hit my hand, you can hit my thumb. If it gets him thinking about it a little bit, Dylan Brooks is a smart, savvy player, and a lot of people don't like him. I'd like that guy on my team. Yeah. He almost was on the team, except that they thought it was Marshawn Brooks instead of Dylan Brooks.
The wrong Brooks, that's right.
The wrong Brooks. I was right in the middle of that thing.
Back in the day. The Rockets, everybody pulled their starters halfway through the third quarter. The Rockets had to put their starters back in because Golden State, even with their backups, cut it to like 17 with about 8 minutes to go. They won comfortably. Let's see if they can force a Game 7 in this series.
When's the Lakers' next game?
Well, let's move on to that because the Lakers...
We're going to see Luka.
They're out.
What?
They're done for.
They're gone fishing?
And they got sent home in L.A. with a 103-96 loss last night.
I was reading an interesting column by Bill Plaschke in the LA Times because I always like to revel in the fact when the LA teams lose and they weren't supposed to. And I got a kick out of that. He said the Lakers, who historically dropped this first-round series 4-1, historically, because it's the first time the Lakers have lost a first-round series as a 3-seed or higher. They've never lost a series like that. Says they lost because Minnesota was tougher in the clutch. They lost because... that they just weren't fast enough. They weren't skilled enough. And it's true. The Lakers were no match for the Minnesota Timberwolves. Anthony Edwards, people are talking a lot about him. He defeated Kevin Durant and the Suns last year. He defeated LeBron James and the Lakers this year. Who's next? Because they're going to go to the second round with Anthony Edwards. Now, he didn't play a great game, and they haven't shot the ball very well. Rudy Gobert was amazing last night.
Rudy Gobert was amazing. Julius Randle was really good. Yeah, I saw a graphic calling Anthony Edwards the OG killer. And they've got him dressed up like a Grim Reaper, like he's your Grim Reaper, right, from Don't Fear the Reaper. And he might have ended the playoff run of Kevin Durant, the playoff run of LeBron James. If they win and the Warriors win, they'd play Steph and the Warriors next. Could he go for the OG trifecta and basically end the last real legit hope of Kevin Durant, LeBron James, and Steph Curry over a 2-year span? That's what people are looking at Anthony Edwards right now.
I love the kid. I love watching him play. I love his antics. I love it how excited he gets, and I'm a fan. Like I know a lot of people may not like Anthony Edwards. I'm a big fan.
Ant had this to say post game, by the way.
You know what makes it feel even better is that they said Lakers in 5 and the Wolves won in 5. So I think that makes it feel 10 times better. That's like my only answer.
He then went on to take a victory lap around the arena.
Oh, he did. I love that.
Which at one point he reproclaimed that his favorite movie is Matilda because
Matilda
of
the Hun?
No,
Matilda.
Matilda, the children's movie
with the little girl, right?
Yes, because he loves the strong female characters.
Like the reporter is like, Matilda, I've never seen that. He's like, you tripping,
He didn't
dog?
pick like Demi Moore?
No.
Strong female character?
No.
Matilda.
Nicole Kidman?
No.
He went with Matilda.
Matilda.
Yeah.
Okay.
With that little actress who's the over enunciator. She's every movie she's ever been in, she over enunciates. Oh, I don't know her name, but she's an over enunciator.
I don't know her name either.
Look her
but
up. Look her up. You'll know what I'm talking about.
And according to Shams, after conversations with Tyrese Halliburton's father, John, and the Indiana Pacers front office, he will not attend any of the team's home or road games for the foreseeable future.
The dad got banned.
Yeah, he sure did.
Yeah, you know, like these out of control parents. Like, yeah. You don't. That's a bad reflection on your kid. Don't do that. Don't do something stupid like that.
And it was nice to see. I mean, look, it was nice to see Tyrese Halliburton kind of.
He copped to it
in a gentle yet firm way.
Yeah, my dad's
you know,
gonna stab
like,
her
come
away.
on, Dad, stop.
Right.
Don't do this, Dad. You know, like I was glad to see him do that.
Yeah. And also, Shams went on Pat McAfee today and said, quote, "This iteration is just not going to be sustainable for this team in regards to the Boston Celtics, who will apparently look to make cost-cutting trades this offseason that could involve Kristaps Porzingis or Drew Holiday."
There are 3 teams in the NBA that are over the second apron. The Celtics are one, the Suns are another, and I believe the Minnesota Timberwolves are the third. That second apron is a bear. It's a bear.
Drew Holiday should just be he should be like the face of Elmer's glue. He's such a great glue guy.
He is, absolutely.
Yeah, Porzingis, you get the size, you get the shooting.
The desire
One's a great player.
to get under that second apron. Gotta do it. Gotta do it. It's the most important thing for the Suns to do this offseason. They have to get under the second apron.
And finally, a little bit of Dbacks news because they got the series win over the Mets today with a 4-2 win. Tomorrow, they start a new series against the Phillies in Philadelphia. But J Mart was added to the 15-day IL today with right shoulder inflammation. And according to Ketel Marte's social media, he's in Philly.
Bravo.
Good.
Bravo.
Need him.
Bergie
was talking about, it's a good point, like how bad the Diamondbacks have been against left-handed pitchers. But that kid last night for the Mets,
shut him down.
Shut him down
Stuck
completely.
into the Diamondbacks for 4 innings. Like they couldn't do anything off of that guy. Yeah, them against lefties. Bring back Ketel as soon as he possibly. I mean, responsibly, but as soon as he can. Because boy, they missed that dude.
When he's ready, but we will welcome him with open arms. And with that, that's your 4 o'clock reset.
When we come back, the Phoenix Suns have a new general manager. Who is it, and what do we think of the hire? That is next on Arizona Sports.
Dbacks at the Mets.
Swinging a jam shot grounder to short. Perdomo charging, has it, throws to first. In time, got him, and that's your ball game. Dbacks win it by a final score of 4-2. And they come into Queens and they take 2 of 3 from baseball's best in the New York Mets.
A D-backs series win at the Mets. Now to Philly for 3 games at the Phillies. Coverage of Game 1 of the Phillies series tomorrow afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Is your roof ready for the Arizona summer? The heat is brutal here, and with monsoons right around the corner, your roof needs to be ready. The intense weather in Arizona can cause a lot of hidden damage to your roof that you don't even know about, so don't wait until it's too late. JLC Roofing is here to help you get your roof monsoon ready and summer ready before the rush. Their experts provide thorough inspections and quality repairs to ensure your roof can withstand the upcoming storms and and the 115-degree temperatures. They're an A-plus Better Business Bureau rated company, licensed, bonded, insured, with free on-site estimates and affordable financing available. They've installed thousands of new roofs, and they're standing by to install or repair yours. Protect your home and your peace of mind. Schedule your free inspection today at 602 Roofing. Get your free estimate at 602 Roofing or go to jlcroof.com.
Starting May 8th, the D-backs host Shohei Ohtani and the Los Angeles Dodgers at Chase Field for a 4-game series. Secure your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and we tell you about Sweet James Accident Attorneys for very important reasons. And here's a story that proves why you should never face an insurance company alone if you are hurt in an accident. One of our listeners was seriously injured in a trucking accident, and guess what the insurance company offered him for his injuries? Zero, nothing, nada. Well, he called Sweet James, and not only did they get him the medical care he needed, but they secured a whopping $10 million win, and that is a life-changing victory. Now, they can't guarantee outcomes. No law firm can. But in our legal system, having the right attorney makes all the difference in the world, and that is why you call Sweet James. They win big, and they treat you with compassion every step of the way. And don't wait to call, because waiting may hurt your case. Remember, you pay nothing until they win. 800-9-million. That's 800-900-0000, sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Looking for the perfect engagement ring? At Shane Company, we know this is an exciting time. It can also be overwhelming. Customers say this a lot. Where do I start? How do I choose? At Shane Company, this is where the magic happens. Since 1929, we've been experts at helping customers find the perfect engagement ring. We invite you into the design process, help you pick out the perfect diamond or colorful gemstone, and choose a style that speaks to you. Come see us in store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. Your car, running or not, could be picked up as soon as the next day. No title, no problem. Go to carsforkids.org today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
As America's leading business lender, Bank of America is on your corner and in your corner, right here in Phoenix. With $215 billion in business loans and over 3,700 business specialists across the nation, we help businesses thrive so communities prosper. What would you like the power to do? Learn more at bankofamerica.com/local business. Bank of America, official bank of FIFA Club World Cup 2025. Copyright 2025 Bank of America Corporation, all rights reserved.
Celebrate the baseball season with Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks Brewing, the official beer partner of the Arizona Diamondbacks. Text SEATS to 620-620 for a shot at 4 tickets to the May 9th D-backs game against the Dodgers, courtesy of Four Peaks Brewing.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Phoenix Suns have their general manager, so when should we expect them to hire their next head coach? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
Well, that's a good question, actually, Wolf. Brian Gregory is the new general manager of the Phoenix Suns. He was announced today by the organization. As far as the coaching search, that was part of the information you were able to glean today. What does this mean for the coaching search of the Suns?
Well, the coaching search will begin today as Brian Gregory begins to reach out to agents of candidates. What I am reporting is that the time frame, for the Suns to hire the next coach is going to be sometime in the next 2 to 3 weeks. They'd like to get it done. The search will begin today. The list of candidates will be expansive. I'm expecting about 14 or 15 different coaches will be contacted. But I'm also saying it's highly likely that the new head coach will be a younger, first-time NBA head coach. Can't rule out somebody else completely, but highly likely that the next coach of the Phoenix Suns will be a younger, first-time NBA head coach.
The only name I'm thinking of that wouldn't apply there, and you said you're not ruling it out completely, so I'm giving everybody a little wiggle room here, is still Willie Green with New Orleans if a different decision is made there and he ultimately is let go. He obviously He's a younger coach, but he has plenty of head coaching experience. So I do wonder if his availability changed in any time over the next few weeks would the Suns consider him. But by and large, that is kind of what we were thinking it would be for the Suns, right? And look, there's a gazillion names out there of guys that it could be, younger coaches that might connect or might resonate. But that's kind of what we were expecting from the search, wasn't it?
Yeah, right from the get-go, we had reported, you go back to our early reporting on this story, we expected that they were going to hire a younger coach, a first-time coach. We did say that we expected that there would be front office changes. So, I think we've been pretty much on top of it as best we can. But I think that, there are a lot of good young coaches out there. I think you've just gone from two older veteran coaches that have had success. So I think it's only natural that you would try to change it up a little bit and go in a different direction.
No doubt.
Try to find somebody, it's just patterns, right? It's just patterns, like older coach. Now let's go younger. Look what ASU had done, right? I mean, you had Herm Edwards and you go Kenny Dillingham. So I think at times you see just teams try to break the pattern of what they had done in the past that didn't work. And I think the Suns are going to look at what happened the last couple of hires and say, we need to hire a younger coach that might be able to relate better to these players.
Yeah, and hopefully, who that person might be, it would just be guesswork at this point. But the Suns are about to embark on, I'm about to call it a major rebuild. I think it's a major rebuild. They're not going to trade Devin Booker, but I think this is, trading Kevin Durant and hopefully finding a way to move on from Bradley Beal, as painful as it might be. I mean, you would think there's going to be a big-time roster purge that is in front of us, and you want this new coach to be able to relate to that. It's funny. It's funny that you mentioned Herm Edwards a second ago, because that's where my brain keeps going to with this hire in some ways. I hope this isn't Ray Anderson, Herm Edwards all over again. I hope it isn't. And I hope our history here in sports is littered with teams hiring their guy to run the show when their guy isn't qualified to run the show.
AJ Hinch
usually ends in disaster. That did not end well.
No, AJ ended up being a good manager, won a World Series, but not here. He's not ready.
He was never going to be here.
Well, he didn't have much of a chance.
Because Josh Burns did the whole organizational advocacy thing, and everybody, I wasn't even thinking of that one. I was thinking of Ray Anderson, Herm Edwards. I was thinking of...
But doesn't that one kind of fit a little bit? Josh Burns?
Oh, totally, but it didn't work.
AJ Hinch?
But it didn't work.
It did not work, no.
It was Robert Sarver hiring Lon Babby. The first few years of Lindsey Hunter and that whole right like that I'm especially, and I'm going to bring this up, in some ways it reminds me the exact opposite of what the Cardinals did when they fired Steve and Cliff a couple of years ago. They didn't stay internal. They went outside. They brought in a brand new voice with a brand new vision and brand new ideas. And I think back then it would have been a mistake for them to hire somebody. Adrian Wilson was kind of one of the popular choices as maybe he's a guy who get the job. But instead they went outside, brought in somebody with a completely different vision who wasn't kind of like carrying the burden of everything that had happened before them, that just came into it with some brand new ideas. But worst case scenario, absolute worst case scenario, this can't be Ray Anderson, Herm Edwards Part 2. It can't be. And I'm not that upset about the Michigan State thing. I mean, it bothers me. I'm really bothered by the lack of experience that Brian Gregory has for this job. The resume just is lacking, Gambo, in the kind of things you would want to see in somebody you would feel good about with this massive rebuild.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I think it's fair to give the guy a chance, and I don't know if he'll be any good as a GM or not. I don't know. Could you have hired an assistant GM from another organization and maybe everybody feels better about it because he was an assistant GM for a few years? I guess you could have done that. He has extensive head coaching experience.
But I'm not hiring him to be a coach.
I know. You're not, but he has been around basketball for a long time. He's been around good people. He's had success in basketball as a coach. And I think what you're looking for is if you feel like he could be the leader, then he's got. Now, my understanding is that they probably looked at about 5 different candidates. Not all of them were formal interviews, but they looked at about 5 different guys, and they ended up going with Gregory. It's a guy that Matt Ishbia knows. It's a guy that Matt Ishbia trusts. And it's not like, again, and I say you can't have it both ways, Matt Ishbia came in here and didn't just like bring in all his own guys. Matt Ishbia came in here and went with the status quo. We're going to stick with the proven guy that's been here, and I'm not going to fire James Jones. I'm going to let James Jones cook, and I'm going to let him be the GM. Now, 2.5 years later, you make a change. He brings in a guy that he wants to feel comfortable with and familiar with. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Now, again, this guy has to have success, and I think there's probably more pressure on him than anybody else because there are close ties and connections. But the most important thing is, can this guy be the leader of the organization? And I think that's what they felt. That's where they felt that he would do a good job.
Yeah, and when I say the Michigan, and if you're wondering what I mean by the Michigan State thing, he was an assistant coach at Michigan State when Matt Ishbia was a player at Michigan State back in the early 2000s, the late 1990s, early 2000s. I'm bothered by the Michigan State thing. It's just not the main thing that's bothering me. It's not the main reason why I don't like this hire. I don't like this hire because of his lack of experience and the fact that you basically hired the assistant GM from the last year. I mean, that's basically what you did. And that just, to me, is not the sweeping change that I thought was coming in this scenario. I don't feel like this is the sweep. It was going to be, we're going to change. You basically hired the assistant GM to replace the GM. That's basically what you did.
I do disagree with you on this. I do think that there will be one voice that we will hear. There'll be one leader of this team, and I think it will be Brian Gregory. Where in the past, I think you heard from different voices, and I think that it was more of a collaborative effort, and I think that will change. I will disagree with you on that one point. Okay. I do think that it is change, and I don't think Brian Gregory had a big voice in what was going on in the organization, but I obviously will now. Whether it works or not, who the hell knows? I don't know.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, one of the newest cornerbacks of the Arizona Cardinals, and there are many of them, but he's coming back home. Denzel Burke is going to join us next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The Suns make some front office changes. Current VP of Player Programming Brian Gregory moves up to General Manager as James Jones leaves his GM role to become Suns Senior Advisor. With all the moves the Suns are expected to make this summer, how will their new GM handle the pressure? Get breaking Suns news and inside information from the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one. As a lineman, he does whatever it takes to keep the power on in his community. And he wants a partner like Grainger who does the same. Grainger offers the professional-grade products he needs, from voltage detectors to harnesses to hard hats, plus fast, dependable delivery, so he can rise to every challenge. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So your neighbor's home hasn't sold yet, huh? Homes are sitting longer and buyers are being picky. If you want to avoid being one of the 6,000 home sellers that have given up this year, you have to talk to Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty. She'll show you how to price right and attract serious buyers. Plus, Carol will guarantee to sell your home for 100% of market value, or she'll pay the difference. Call Carol Royce today or visit carolhasthebuyers.com. That's carolhasthebuyers.com. Carol and seller must agree on price and possession.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business, with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Dr. Osafi, founder of New Life Dental Implant Center. And doctor, you're doing more than giving people new smiles. You are transforming lives.
It's really about giving patients their dignity back, the ability to have teeth again. For those who are missing multiple teeth or have gum disease where they have loose teeth or just not comfortable wearing their dentures, having problems wearing their dentures, they can't smile, they can't really eat the foods they love. This is giving them the ability to really live their best life.
How do your clients react when they see their new smiles?
To see yourself as a new person looking into the mirror is really life-changing, and it's something that everyone deserves to experience. It really changes your perspective on who you are as an individual.
Go to newsmilearizona.com or call 602-855-0000. New Life Dental Implant Center, where a new smile means a new life.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns have announced front office changes today. Brian Gregory is being promoted from within to serve as the team's next general manager. James Jones has been reassigned to a senior advisor role. Gregory previously served as vice president of player programming when he was hired by the Suns a year ago. You can see reactions from our Kellen Olson and our Dan Bickley right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. The Diamondbacks got the series victory in Queens with a 4-2 win today over the Mets. Geraldo Perdomo and Tim Tawa homered in the win. Snakes now make their way to Philadelphia. They might actually already be there. And as it turns out, Ketel Marte might have beaten them there as well, as he looks to make his return from the injured list. He posted on his Instagram story that he has touched down in the city of brotherly love. Philly series starts tomorrow afternoon. This report is brought to you by State 48 Home Comfort. Sweating the price of a new AC unit? Learn how to save up to 20% on your new AC unit installation at submit2save.com today. Your ticket to a sweat-free summer.
Hey, it's Wolf. The Phoenix Suns have their general manager, so when should we expect them to hire their next head coach? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
I got a reminder here for you. The NFL regular season schedule is going to be released on Wednesday, May 14th, and Cardinals single game tickets will be available that same day. Sign up now at azcardinals.com/ticks to be notified as soon as tickets go on sale. It was a week ago today. The NFL draft was underway. The Arizona Cardinals selected 7 players, including one who joins us right now. Rookie corner for the Arizona Cardinals and a local guy, Denzel Burke, joining us here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Denzel, I'm Dave. This is Gambo. Welcome to the show.
Oh, thank you guys. Thank you guys for having me.
You know, as a local guy, I imagine you're going to get hit up for quite a lot of tickets when these tickets go on sale. You go to Baltimore or somewhere else, nobody knows you. You're not going to have to request tickets. Now you're going to have everybody from Saguaro and family all wanting to go to these games.
Yeah, man, you hit it spot on.
Yeah. So you're going to have to ask Monty for some extra tickets, I think, right?
Say it again?
You're going to have to ask Monty or Gannon for some extra tickets.
I guess we'll see.
Yeah. All right, I want to ask you, as a local kid, I never fault anybody for, you get a chance to go to Ohio State or Michigan or Texas or one of these big programs, Alabama. I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Kids want to get away. I get it. But as you're going through high school, Arizona State's 5-7 in 2016. They're 7-6 in 2017 and 18, and I think they went 8-5. As you're going through high school, they're not a very good program. But right now they are. They made it to the college football playoffs. They won the Big 12 championships. Do you think, and I'm curious about this, do you think that if ASU was as good back then as they are now, that you might have considered staying home?
Yeah, it's a possible chance. For me and my thought process, through my whole recruiting and everything like that, I wanted to be, with the best of the best and, compete for a national championship every year. And Ohio State has a resume of, bringing corners out. And, I want to be a part of that. They have a resume of great receivers, and I want to go against that every single day. So, but, if ASU, if they were competing every single year, definitely would have been a thought of mine.
Yeah. Denzel Burke is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. So being a local guy, you went to Brophy, you transferred to Saguaro. And I don't know how far in advance of the pick you knew the Cardinals were going to take you, but when you found out you were going home, were you at home? Were you here? What was your reaction when that all went down, Denzel?
Yeah, I was here with my family. I was really excited. I was really happy. That's really what I wanted throughout this whole process, was to be able to be home and, play for my hometown. I had a visit with the Cardinals, and I enjoyed it from all the way up from Monty all the way down to coaching staff, from Coach JG, the DC, Coach Dick Ratliff, Ryan Smith. I really enjoyed it. I really related with all of them, and I felt like it was just home for me. And now it's a reality.
And I'm stealing Gambo's joke here, but there's like 47 Ohio State players on the roster, so you got to feel comfortable about that too.
Boy, there's 47.
No, not that many. But there are quite a few, right? Like there are a bunch of Ohio State Buckeyes.
It feels like there's 47.
Feels like there's 47 Ohio State Buckeyes on the roster, right? Like you got to look around, and there's got to be a certain comfort level when there's a half dozen,
Martin
a little less
Jr.,
than that, right?
Paris Johnson.
You got to feel good about that.
Yeah, that's awesome. I can't wait to be with my brothers and win some games around here.
There was a lot of talk about you having to go up against so many great receivers in practice every day and how NFL ready you are because of that. What were practices like your years at Ohio State with you going up against some of the best?
Oh, it was very competitive, fun. We talk a lot of trash. We just got each other better. And there's no better feeling than when you're going against the best every single day, knowing that you can match up and, just getting each other better and, doing what we need to do best for the team.
All right, who was the toughest? Out of all your years, who was the toughest guy to go up against in practice?
It was definitely Marv.
Okay, you're lucky you said that, right? You're very lucky. Can you imagine if you would have said somebody else?
No, it's because he's smart. He knows. He knows that's how he has to answer the question. That's good. That's very smart.
Everybody talks about like there's not a lot of speed in the Big Ten. The speed is in the Big 12 and the SEC. It's more physical in your conference. What was it like going against? What made Marv so difficult to go up against in practice?
Me and him really matched up well. He has great releases, great size, great catch radius, getting in and out of his breaks, and great at the top of the route. And it was just a challenge every time we lined up. I'm going to get the best out of him, and he's going to get the best out of me. So it was just very fun.
Denzel Burke is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show, one of the selections of the Arizona Cardinals in last week's draft. For you, a rare situation at Ohio State, national championship, over 50 starts, you got your degree. When you look back at your time with Ohio State, how proud are you of all the things that you were able to accomplish? Because I believe that's a relatively exclusive club that you were able to do when you were at Ohio State.
Yeah, man, it's just all glory to God, man. It was a blessing, to be able to do what I had to do. The resume that I built at Ohio State, being a 4-time starter. As soon as I came in the building, the most starts as a corner in Ohio State history. It was awesome, man. It's just a testament to all the hard work that I put in.
We were joking.
And just go on.
No, go ahead. I'm sorry. I cut you off. Go ahead.
Yeah, just competing at a very high level, and yeah.
We were talking about the Ohio State players. Tell me about Cody Simon and him coming along with you from Ohio State and what that means for the both of you to be able to have that kind of familiar environment.
Oh, man, it's going to be great. He was the leader of our team. He had the Block O, so it's a very prestigious thing that you can do at Ohio State. And I'm really happy to have him. He's a great player, a great person, and can't wait to be on the field with him.
Take me back to losing to Michigan on November 30th when you guys lost that game. And there was always all this, oh, my God, you guys can't beat Michigan. You keep losing to Michigan. You end up winning the national championship. But take me back to that loss. Was there any doubts about what you guys were capable of after you lost to the Wolverines again?
No, there's never no doubt. We're the Buckeyes. We just didn't get the job done. All we had to do was just regroup, understand what's at stake, and, we got the job taken care of, and we're national champs now.
Did you grow up a Cardinal fan?
I did. I have a lot of memories in State Farm Stadium, and just growing up, watching Pat P, Larry Fitzgerald, tearing it up out there, and just enjoying the moments. It was a great time watching all the Seattle matchups, the Niner matchups. It was awesome.
You said Pat P and Larry Fitzgerald. Who was your favorite Cardinal player growing up as a kid?
Oh, definitely Patrick Peterson. Definitely a dog. And I kind of took some things from his game and tried to add it to my game. He's one of the greatest corners to ever play for the Cardinals, and I intend to be that myself.
Denzel Burke is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. If you're going to do that, the competition, obviously, with the room, not only with the players who were drafted this year, but in recent past, how do you feel about the competition that you're going to face now for playing time and reps and things like that once OTAs and everything starts for you, Denzel?
Oh man, it's nothing better than competition. That's what it is, and I breed it. I came in as a freshman at Ohio State, just ready to compete, and I'm going to come in and do the same thing, just put my head down, work extremely hard, and separate myself.
How are you guys going to adjust to having a Michigan guy on the team? With the Will Johnson guy that got drafted in the second round. I mean, there's so much hatred between the two universities. You're going to be accepting of Will Johnson on this roster?
Oh, yeah, I love Will. We train together at Exos. There's no type of hostility there. We're great friends, and I'm pretty sure he's looking for the same thing, just to go in there and just compete and do what he has to do for himself and his family, and I intend to do the same thing.
Yeah, but he's got to have bragging rights over you, doesn't he?
Bragging rights?
Yeah, a little
at the end of the day, at the end of the day, it's what you do with your opportunity, and I just plan on, maximizing everything I can do with my opportunity.
I guess he could say, we beat you guys. You could we won the national championship.
I was going to say, I think Denzel might have some bragging rights here, too. I think Denzel.
Yeah, he did. I guess you could say he had some bragging rights. They won 4 years in a row against us when I was there, so, that's something you could say.
You'd be like, what was it like watching us on the couch while we won the national championship?
Well, he has a national championship, too, so I can't really say anything.
That's true. Well, Denzel, welcome home. Welcome back to the team that you followed as a kid growing up. Congratulations on being drafted by the Cardinals. Again, we appreciate you giving us a few of your minutes today. Okay, we'll catch up with you during training camp.
Sounds good. Thank you.
You got it. Denzel Burke, our guest here on the Birds and Gambo Show. And again, NFL regular season schedule is coming out on May 14th. That's a Wednesday. The Cardinals single game tickets will be available that same day. Sign up now at azcardinals.com/ticks to be notified as soon as tickets go on sale. All of those Giannis rumors out there, is there one that is completely off the radar? That's coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Tomorrow afternoon at 2:30, Burns and Gambo talk Diamondbacks baseball with Dbacks manager Torey Lovello. Brought to you by Estrella Jalisco. Don't miss Burns and Gambo with the skipper, 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. Listen on the Arizona Sports app at 98.7.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just two deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. Like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Something new is happening at Cox. Now the price of your Cox internet and mobile plan won't go up for 3 years, and Wi-Fi equipment is included. So no frustrating price changes, just a lot more of what you want, like a pizza with extra pineapple. Yikes. Okay, let's stick with something everyone wants. No price changes on your plan, guaranteed. Learn more at cox.com/value. Must have at least 500 megabits per second speeds and Cox Unlimited mobile taxes and fees excluded from price guarantee. Mobile data speeds reduced after 20 gigs usage per month.
At Shane Company, we love a spring engagement. But you might be wondering, how do I find the perfect engagement ring? As a trusted family jeweler since 1929, we get asked this a lot. We have a wide selection of ring settings, like vintage designs with romantic details, floral settings inspired by nature, and classic styles with clean lines and sleek metals. Dreaming of the most beautiful diamond you've ever seen? At Shane Company, we handpick only the sparkliest center stones in all shapes and sizes, from oval to round to marquise, and more. We have gorgeous natural and lab-grown diamonds at competitive prices, in-store, ready to compare side by side. Drawn to certain colors? We're known for our rainbow of vivid natural sapphires, including shades of blue, straight out of a fairy tale, handpicked by our owner, Tom Shane. At Shane Company, we have the best free lifetime warranty that includes the center stone, plus resizing, repairs, and cleanings for life. Visit us at shaneco.com or in store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and for 8 years, QC Kinetics has been the nation's leader in non-surgical relief for joint pain with over 50,000 satisfied patients, people with knee and back pain, now living pain-free, shoulder and hip pain, gone. What QC Kinetics is doing is nothing short of remarkable. They're using regenerative cell therapy to restore the tissue in your achy joints. They're using biologic growth factors with robust healing properties carefully and strategically placed in your joints. And the best part is, with QC Kinetics, there are no drugs, no surgery is involved, and there's no downtime. This is an all-natural option with lasting relief. Call QC Kinetics now for a free consultation and learn about these cutting-edge treatments that can help you live your best life, with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. Reach them at 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, Lauren is here with an update on our social media poll question of the day, found on Twitter. Lauren, Diamondbacks related question. Big series win against the New York Mets. First at Citi Field since 2017. Gambo, you were no, you weren't.
2017?
You weren't a young man in 2017.
No, how many years ago was that?
It was 8 years ago.
I was married.
You were in your 50s.
I was in my...
Married?
I'm still in my 50s.
Married?
I'm still in my 50s.
Jeez.
Married?
Married? That movie is so wrong in so many ways. It still makes me laugh. But
it's still so good,
it's
though.
So good. I know it is. It just does not.
Married?
There are parts of it that have not aged well.
Like what?
No.
At all.
Anything that happens in that red car.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much anything that happens in the red car.
Was that with Michael Anthony
With
Hall?
Anthony Michael Hall
and the blonde?
and Jake Scro. Yeah, none of that aged well. At all. It's still a really funny movie.
It's still
a very funny movie.
It's still one of my classics from my childhood. 16 Candles, just, hasn't aged well, parts of it. Lauren, change the subject, please, quick, before I say something I shouldn't. What do we got? What's the poll question?
Okay, we're talking about the D-backs, and we're asking who is your MVP of this series win over the New York Mets? Is it Zach Gallen, Corbin Burns, Shelby Miller, or Jerry, who said he is cold-blooded like a frog?
With, by the way, doing that interview, that was Morosi, right?
Yes.
Who was speaking Italian with Gambo last Friday.
See.
And then is speaking Espanol with Geraldo Perdomo
Parliamo Italiano.
on Wednesday. Very impressive by Mr. Morosi.
He's a very talented man.
It's
Mercoledì,
it's
Wednesday.
Frog's blood. Perdomo.
Frog's blood.
I was waiting for more Italian,
I
drop
was
or
too.
something.
Yeah,
I was like, well.
We got to back on the show. We'll do another segment in Italian.
The whole segment?
Yeah, we could do it. I might be a little bit slower, but I could, of course, I speak Italian, so I could do it.
This might alienate some of our audience if we do this.
Okay, but then we won't do that.
Yeah, I'll have to kick my feet up and be a
Yeah,
bystander.
But I will be in Italy in 9 weeks.
Yeah, so we've heard.
Not
I know.
that he's counting down.
I'm not counting down that I'll be there in 9 weeks.
I'll be in Italy in 54 days, 3 hours, 2 minutes, and 10, 9, 8. Yeah.
I have 3 separate friends in Italy right now.
Wow.
Really?
Yeah.
I'm going from Italy to Germany, Munich, and then over to Austria.
But
I might not come back.
Who's counting? now I'm
might
counting
not
down the
come
days.
back.
I might not come back.
I might not come back.
I might not come back.
Wow.
All right. Well,
You're gonna come back.
One of these days, I might not.
One of these days, you're just not gonna. You're gonna. Are you gonna be like? Are you gonna be like Matt Damon in Good Will Hunting? Just one of these days, I'm gonna show up here to do the show, like Ben Affleck knocking on Matt Damon's door, and he's just not there.
That's it.
You know. And one of these days, I'm gonna come in here and like, where's Gambo?
That was it.
He went to go check on a girl. Is what he went to do.
I went to check on a girl.
Well, that's the line from Good Will Hunting.
My wife might kill me if I go to do that.
I know. It was the line from the movie. He went to go check on a girl.
Gotcha.
That's
Okay.
all. Poll question?
Yeah. Okay. The results at this rate of
music's
this.
gonna run out.
Oof. 71% of our audience going with Jerry. 11% going with both Zach Gallen and Shelby Miller, and 7% going with Corbin Burns.
Giving a nice little nod. Shelby Miller's a good one. I'm giving a nice little nod to Ryan Thompson as well for what he did.
A lot of good nods
last
with that
night.
big series. It's a big series win for the D-backs.
It was. Ryan
it's a
Thompson,
big series win.
The work he did cleaning up that mess Justin Martinez left him was
Oh, my goodness.
impressive
Yeah.
last night. Let's talk about Giannis for a few minutes.
Okay.
Okay. You know, because everyone's talking about it big time now. Where's he going to go? What are they going to do? The Bucks read a great story today from Kellen Olson at ArizonaSports.com pointing out that in many ways the Bucks situation is very similar to the one the Suns are in terms of how their hands are tied. They don't really have a lot of options to improve. Their draft picks are all spoken for. Dame's going to be out almost all of next year.
Yeah.
Like, they have to trade Giannis Antetokounmpo.
If he says, I want to be traded. If he doesn't, like, I'm not trading Giannis unless he wants to be traded. A talent like that, you know, in his prime, like, you know, having a guy. But he's been there for 12 years. He's done he doesn't owe it to them to stay. And you know me, I don't believe that. If he wants to go, then, you know, he can just request a trade and they'll trade him.
I think there's an argument to be made for Milwaukee to do with Giannis what Dallas did with Luka and just recognize, you know, I know Dallas was wrong, but for Milwaukee to recognize this is done. This is done. This is not going to work anymore. We don't have the assets. Dame is out. We can't replace Dame, you know, because of the contract and the way it works. I think there's at least an argument to be made that the Bucks should even consider doing it whether Giannis asks for it or not. Because their situation is...
You'll get the max for him.
It's very dire. I mean, you will be able to reset your organization with a Giannis trade. Now, people are trying to tie the Suns into this. The Suns aren't trading for Giannis.
I sent it today. You know, there's a bunch of stories coming out right now. 7 teams that could trade for Giannis and Antetokounmpo. And that was 7 dream Giannis trades by The Ringer. Then it was another on SB Nation, 6 Giannis trade destinations if he requests a deal. None of them say Phoenix.
No.
Because he's not coming to Phoenix.
No.
None of them.
No.
None of them say the Suns. You could do this. You could do Kevin Durant. First of all, Kevin Durant's not going to want to go to Milwaukee. You know, and if you're trading Giannis, you want all of the draft picks back. You want all of the draft picks back. So that's what you want. Giannis is on a contract where he's actually under contract for this year, and then next year he's got a player option for 27, 28. So if you traded for him, you would have him for the next 2 years. You would trade him. You would have him at least the next 2 years, and you know maybe beyond that. So I think you'll get maximum value out of Giannis if you're trading him. The 5 first-round draft picks, maybe pick swaps, players. He's in his prime, and he's the type of guy that would get somebody over the top.
No, I think the only way – I think Giannis and his situation certainly impacts the Suns, but not in a, can they get Giannis kind of a way. It impacts the Phoenix Suns in that there are now two superstars who are going to be available, who could be available this offseason.
One's young and one's old.
And one is young and one is old. One is going to command an absolute fortune in terms of a return, and the other isn't going to command nearly as much. I think where the Suns can get hurt in this a little bit is that there might be some teams that wait on a Kevin Durant trade until they know they can't get Giannis.
Okay.
And that they'll, yeah, you know what? Hey, Brian, yeah, we use the new GM's name. Hey, Brian, yeah, okay, yeah, you want to trade Kevin Durant? We're going to wait a few days. We might have something cooking with Giannis. We're going to wait on this. I worry that is going to hold up a Kevin Durant trade because I think any team that feels like they're in on Giannis is going to want to make sure they exhaust all those options before they turn to other options.
They've lost in the first round 3 straight years.
I believe that's right.
I think it's 3 straight years. Yeah. I think since they beat the Suns, they've only won 1 playoff series. I believe that's what it is. I think they've only won 1 playoff series.
I thought it
since
was
they won it.
The Suns and the Bucks combined have only won 1 playoff series since they played in the finals, and I think that was the Suns.
I'd have to look it up. I'd have to go year by year, but I believe Milwaukee has won 1 playoff series. So they've lost in the first round 3 years in a row, so 25, 24, 23. Go to 22. Go to 22 and see what Milwaukee did, Mitch. I don't think they got out in the first round in 22. They must have won a series.
Won in the opening round against the Bulls, lost to the Celtics in the conference semis.
So that's what it is.
So
they've won
each
one.
won.
Because they've been knocked out in the first round 3 straight years, but they haven't won a title since more than that. So they've had to win 1. I don't know. I think that there's a lot of teams out there that have a lot of draft picks. I don't think he's a fit anywhere, right? He's a fit anywhere. He's a good defensive player. He rebounds the basketball. He passes well. He scores. I think that every team out there that's a contending team would be willing to give up the young players and picks to go get him because he's in his prime and he's a great player.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo Show, big series win for the Arizona Diamondbacks today. Big loss in the bullpen with Justin Martinez going on the injured list. And then there's a big prospect in Reno who is one of the hottest hitters in all of baseball. How much longer until he's here? That's coming up on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Bickley and Marotta mornings.
This notion of throwing money at something and rolling the ball out there and relying on talent does not work in today's NBA.
No.
Chemistry matters. Skill set matters. Even though everybody talks about positionless basketball, positions matter. Coaching matters. All of these things matter. This is what should be driving not only the front office search, but the coaching search. That's the situation the Suns have put themselves in.
Bickley and Marotta, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Patrick was way behind on his IRS taxes.
I was in way over my head. The total amount ended up they picked up the ball and ran with it.
And how'd it go?
I couldn't believe it. I had to ask like 2 or 3 times. I saved an incredible amount of money.
How does Patrick feel about Optima?
Couldn't be happier. They definitely helped me. Optima Tax Relief, the best place to call. They're the best in the business.
Do what Patrick did and call. Apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave.
Oh, what a beautiful day.
This is regular deodorant.
Ugh, I can't.
Secret Clinical with workout sweat.
Let's run another marathon.
And regular deodorant.
How much more?
Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better.
Stay fresher under pressure.
Tired of fighting for your store's last bottle of water or lugging hundreds of bottles of water each year from the store to the car to the fridge to the recycling? For less than $1 a day from Parker & Sons, you can have an unlimited supply of bottle-quality water right at your tap. Drinking water keeps you healthier, aids in weight loss, keeps skin hydrated, and flushes your body of toxins. Call Parker for your free estimate on a reverse osmosis system at 602-2-REPAIR or visit parkerandsons.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Are they promising you up to 10% growth per year guaranteed for your retirement income? If not, you need a new financial advisor. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hard-working folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 up front or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't work when you're supposed to be retired. And if any financial advisor tells you it's too good to be true, they simply don't have the options we do. Call Trajan today at 480-990-3300.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus, over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
Right now, you can save on fresh medium avocados or delicious honey mangoes. They're 3 for just $2 with your card. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona Sports app and on 98.7.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns have announced front office changes today. Brian Gregory being promoted from within to serve as the team's next general manager. James Jones has been reassigned to a senior advisor role. Gregory previously served as vice president of player programming when he was hired by the Suns a year ago. You can see reactions from our Kellen Olson and our Dan Bickley right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. Diamondbacks got the series victory in Queens with a 4-2 victory over the Mets today. Geraldo Perdomo and Tim Tauber homered in the victory. Snakes are now in Philadelphia as they're set to start a 3-game series with the Phillies tomorrow afternoon. And in case you didn't see Ketel Marte's Instagram account, he posted on his story that he has touched down in Philadelphia. Could that mean he makes his return as soon as tomorrow? We'll have to wait to find out. This report is brought to you by YRefi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to YRefi.com. That's YREFY.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. Day game for the Diamondbacks before they head off to Philadelphia. Another big moment. We'll tell you all about it tomorrow morning. Fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
Swinging a jam shot, grounder to short. Perdomo charging, has it, throws to first. In time, got him, and that's your ball game. D-backs win it by a final score of 4-2. And they come into Queens and they take 2 of 3 from baseball's best in the New York Mets.
Chris Garagiola with the call here on Arizona Sports earlier today. This time yesterday, we were off the air and the game was like in the third inning. But when we were on the air yesterday, the Diamondbacks had dropped the opener of this series to the Mets and did not look very good in the process. And since then, 2 big wins in this series to take the series last night behind Corbin Burnes and some clutch hitting from Geraldo Perdomo. Today, a great outing by Zach Gallen. Big home runs late in the game to give them some insurance from Tim Tawa. And again, Geraldo Perdomo. The bullpen was fantastic today. Kevin Ginkel, it was tooth and nail, but he got it. He didn't close the game, but he finished a big inning in the 8th. And just like that, the Diamondbacks have won their first series at Citi Field since 2017. That place has been a house of horrors for them.
It has. I mean, even go back to Shea. But Citi Field for sure, it's been a struggle for them. I don't think this regime, the Mike Hazen regime, has ever won a series against the Mets in New York.
They took
since
over in
they've been there.
2017, so yeah, that was the last time they did it.
This is their first series win since they put that thing together. Lots of takeaways in this series. Lots of takeaways. Number 1, Corbin Burnes and Zach Gallen. Yes, Corbin Burnes did walk 5 guys yesterday, but he limited the damage. Zach Gallen was fantastic today. A terrific outing from Zach Gallen. A little reminiscent of that Yankee outing. It was really good. 2 hits, 1 run allowed, 8 strikeouts, 90 pitches, went 6 innings. Outstanding. That's my number 1 takeaway, is that Burnes and Gallen won back-to-back games. This is how they drew it up when they signed him.
Yeah.
They drew it up like, you're going to go to New York and play a good Mets team, and you're going to win the games because Burnes and Gallen are pitching. You're going to win the series because Burnes and Gallen are pitching. We haven't seen that. This is the first time. This is the first time both of those guys got a win in the same series.
I remember somebody said it at the beginning of the series. Like, this is to your point, this is why you went out and got those guys. You should look at a series and go, oh, wait, Corbin Burnes and Zach Gallen are going? Okay, we're going to win the series.
We're going to win the series.
You know, and that's how you wanted to look at this series against New York and say, okay, it's tough, and New York's got the best record in baseball and blah, blah, blah. But you got Burnes and Gallen going. You'll be fine. It's nice to see that plan get executed. And they were both phenomenal. They did really, really well. Geraldo Perdomo is quickly moving up the charts on everybody's list as one of the favorite Diamondback players, if he's not already there.
7th inning home run was huge.
It was huge.
Insurance run was huge.
The pinch hit RBI situation last night was huge. He's clutch. He's so important to the team. He's such a leader on that team. And then the other story is the bullpen. Watching Justin Martinez struggle yesterday, watching Ryan Thompson pick him up, watching Kevin Ginkel make a mess and clean up a mess today, watching Shelby Miller get the 9th inning call. Is that how it's going to be with Justin Martinez on the shelf and A.J. Puck on the shelf? I don't know, but they, despite Justin Martinez's shaky outing last night and then his appearance on the IL today, Torey Lovullo was able to cobble it together for 2 games. Now gives him Philly a chance to reset things a little bit and maybe figure out his plan of attack. But it worked. It worked without Justin Martinez, and they found a way.
You saw last night, he gives up the leadoff home run to Taylor on a sinker that only hit 95 miles per hour. He walks Lindor. He's ahead of Soto 0-2. He walks Soto. Wise by Lovullo to have Thompson ready, right? Not just, hey, here's your guy.
No doubt.
Thompson was getting ready. He slow walked it to the mound, took a little extra time, get him a couple extra pitches, takes him out of the game, and facing 3 batters. Like, there's not a long leash. Like, it wasn't like, go close this game out. It's like, I got somebody ready in case you can't close the game out. So now what I'm hearing is an MRI within the next 24 to 48 hours for Justin Martinez. They don't know that he's injured. They've got no signs that he's injured. He's not saying he's injured. He says he's fine. He's not complaining about anything. But it's still, you got to go get some imaging and find out if there's something wrong, some underlying thing that nobody knows about because of the change, because of the velocity being down and the command.
That is the sign they've got. I mean, you say there's no sign. There is one sign. He's throwing about 5 miles per hour slower than we're used to seeing, and that's very worrisome and very concerning. His command is all off. You just watching him last night, you could just, something's not right. Not only with his inability to hit the radar gun, but just his body language, the way he's walking around out there, the way he's got zero confidence in this stuff right now because he knows that he just hasn't. I almost like, I I don't want something to be wrong with him. But at least
it would explain it.
At least an explanation.
It would explain it.
Right, like, hey,
some inflammation in there. Okay, all right,
because if the MRI comes back completely clean,
now you're baffled.
What do you do?
Yeah, now you're baffled. Like, what happened?
What do you do if all the imaging come back and says, yeah, there's nothing wrong with him,
and he can't throw 100 anymore?
And he can't throw 100 anymore. Then it's like I don't even know what you do.
But he did throw 100 when he first came back against the Rays.
He did.
Against Tampa, he threw 100.
He did, and then he threw in back-to-back games over the weekend, and it was a mess. Like I remember coming in here on Monday, talking about Justin Martinez and how he pitched on Sunday, and saying they're going to have to put him on the IL. You can't roll him out there again. So when we saw him last night, it was like, let's give him one more chance. And Torrey, I'm glad they got him when they did. One other thing with the Diamondbacks, Jordan Lawler continues to actually pummel the baseball at AAA Reno.
Okay.
Close?
He will play a part for the Diamondbacks this season. He will play a part for the Diamondbacks this season. The plan is not just to have him be ready to be the everyday third baseman next year, replace Suarez and have Suarez off the team, or maybe Suarez goes to DH if he wants to stay. The plan is that Jordan Lawler will be with the big league club. What they need to do, and people have to remember this, he's 22 years old. He missed all of last year. They have to get him a certain amount of at-bats this year for his development. They have to. And the reason they moved him to second base is because he hadn't played a lot of second base. So he's been playing a lot of second in the minors, but now Marte's back, so you don't need him as much. There's not a spot to play. If Marte's at second, Suarez is at third, and
one.
Perdomo is at shortstop.
There's one.
You want right-handed DH, left field?
Left field.
You could play him there.
I think there's one. I think it's left field.
He is a cornerstone player. What they want is they want to bring him up and never have to bring him back. That's the goal. Now, easier said than done.
Yeah.
But the goal is to bring him up and then not bring him back. I can tell you he can play all three infield positions and a little bit of outfield, but they do want to make sure, they don't know what the number is, but there's a certain number of at-bats they really want him to get. Maybe it's 300, 350, whatever it is. But there is a certain number of at-bats you feel like, okay, I want him to have a full season of at-bats because he didn't play last year.
Right.
He barely played last year.
Yeah,
he missed 500 at-bats.
I got to admit, I mean, just thinking about the where and the how, like I've thought about this a lot. You've thought about this a lot. And the position I keep. Now, he hit the ball better against New York. Lourdes Gurriel Jr.'s at-bats were better, and he got better results against the New York Mets. So I'm not ready to bury him or say he's done or say he's out. But if Suarez, he's going to be the roller coaster all year. It's certainly not going to be Perdomo. It's definitely not going to be Ketel. It's certainly not going to be, there's no infield spot for him, at least right now. Now, if Suarez goes through another rough patch, maybe we have that conversation in a few weeks. But all things being equal, the one spot that I keep thinking about is left field for Lourdes Gurriel Jr. And if his struggles continue, I don't think Jordan Lawler needs to play outfield in the minors to learn how to play outfield.
Could you have Suarez be the DH and have Lawler be your third baseman?
You could, but Suarez he hasn't been great this year defensively.
No, he hasn't.
He's
but
shown
he usually
some cracks
is.
in the arm. He usually is really
but
good.
This year he has not. Could be an option.
It could be an option Grichuk is a right-handed DH.
No, he hasn't played well.
It's not working out well this year.
No. But I can tell you, rest assured, Diamondback fans, I know you're all asking me, yes, Jordan Lawler will play a big part for the Diamondbacks this season. The plan is not just next year. This season, he will be up with the team. But the intent is to not have to send him back. So you got to try to find some at-bats for him.
I just wonder when and how many more at-bats they're going to decide he needs down in Reno before they make that move, because he could be an immediate impact
It won't
player.
be just a September call-up. I'll tell you that.
Catch the excitement of Arizona Sports Half-Day Club on May 7th. The Diamondbacks take on the first-place New York Mets next week. Snag lower-level the team that they just took 2 or 3 from. Snag lower-level tickets for only $9.87 by texting the word HALF to 620-620. Again, that's HALF to 620-620 to secure your seats. Clarity on the Suns front office has been achieved. Okay, now what? What's next on Burns and Gambo?
The Suns make some front office changes. Current VP of Player Programming Brian Gregory moves up to General Manager as James Jones leaves his GM role to become Suns Senior Advisor. With all the moves the Suns are expected to make this summer, how will their new GM handle the pressure? Get breaking Suns news and inside information from the home of the Suns. Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Sanderson Ford, they're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. They are America's most awarded Ford dealership for customer service. And Sanderson Ford has From America, for America employee pricing. You can receive all Ford incentives and APR rates during the Platinum 70th Anniversary Sale at Sanderson Ford. Take a look at all the vehicles they have on the lot right now. You're going to love the selection of Ford F-150s, the Super Duties. You're going to love the Bronco Sport, the Mustang Mach-E, the Maverick, the Ford Escape. Lots of great vehicles. How about the Ford Explorer right now at Sanderson Ford, starting at just $41,780 for a brand new 2025 Ford Explorer. Sanderson Ford's on 51st Avenue in Glendale. They're also, the service department is fantastic. A great service department. There's some great savings right now at Sanderson Ford on their service department, AC specials and the Works package, oil change, and more. Just go to SandersonFord.com and take a look at some of those great deals available. That's SandersonFord.com, or visit them on 51st Avenue in Glendale.
Dbacks fans get access to flexible ticket plans, exclusive events, postseason priority, and more when you become a Dbacks Advantage member. For more info, visit dbacks.com/memberships.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
My car is making this noise. Sometimes it's like doot doot, and sometimes it's like grrr.
Do you have a dash light on?
Oh yeah.
Then we don't have to listen for clues. With the free Fix Finder service, we can read a check engine, ABS, or maintenance light to find the likely fix and even recommend a local shop if you need one.
So you don't need to hear the grrr.
Not with Fix Finder. Everything you need, nothing you don't.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
As a business owner, you wear a lot of hats. One minute you're ordering today's inventory, and the next you're planning tomorrow's expansion. It's complicated, but your business credit card should be simple. With the Signify Business Cash Card by Wells Fargo, you earn unlimited 2% cash rewards on purchases for your business with no caps or categories to track. Signify Business Cash, the deliberately simple business credit card. Learn more at wellsfargo.com/signify. Terms apply.
Donate today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car can be picked up as soon as the next day. Receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Every day, savings, energy efficiency, rebates. Every day at APS, you have ways to save energy and money. We know how important it is to keep your bill as low as possible. That's why we offer programs to help you manage your energy use. Schedule a home energy checkup for savings recommendations tailored to your home. Find rebates on smart thermostats. Compare your rate plan options and switch to the plan that would have saved you the most money. Find ways to save at aps.com/brighter.
Whether you're shaping up a small yard or tackling serious acreage, Steel walk-behind zero-turn and stand-on mowers are built to get the job done. Shop online or at your local Steel dealer. Steel, let's go mow. Available at participating dealers.
Hey, this is Jared, and how will the future of Kevin Durant be affected by the future of the Greek Freak? And by Greek Freak, I'm of course referring to 1980s sitcom character Balki Bartakamus. And now we are so happy, we do the dance of joy. Tune in at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports.
All right, back here on the Burns and Gambo show on this Thursday, the Phoenix Suns made news today. Brian Gregory the new general manager of the Phoenix Suns. He most recently served as vice president of player programming for the Suns. Joined the front office a year ago. At the same time, Matt Tellem did, if memory serves. So he's been working in the front office for the past season, mostly a resume based on coaching in college basketball. Coach at Dayton, coach at South Florida. Yes.
Yeah, what a Florida school.
Coach at Georgia Tech.
Georgia Tech.
Of course, he was an assistant at Michigan State when Matt Ishbia was a player there. Now, obviously, the owner of the Suns. James Jones will transition to the role of senior advisor. We talked about this earlier. His contract still expires, at some point in time this offseason, and you had suggested that you weren't sure, but that you didn't think there was going to be any movement to get him a new contract, which kind of suggests to me the door's being held open to him. Hey, if you get something else you want to go, you knock yourself out. You go.
I think that they respect James Jones and the job he's done. They don't want to just kick him to the curb. So he'll have that senior advisor role and have a chance to stay with the organization.
But no problem. Bless you.
Yeah, so he'll have a chance to stay with the organization as a senior advisor if he wants to. If he wants to leave and gets a chance to be a GM somewhere else or an assistant GM and he wants to take that opportunity, he could go do that. So I don't think there'll be a contract. I don't know for sure. But the plan was all along. The plan was big front office changes. And that is a big front office change because James Jones, the GM and the president of basketball operations, is no longer the GM and the president of basketball operations. So you could debate Brian Gregory's role and, whether they, should they have gone outside of the box? Should they have hired somebody from outside the organization? But it is a big change. It was front office changes. The GM, who's been the GM for a while, and the president of basketball operations is no more. He has an advisory role.
We'll agree to disagree on that. I don't think this is a big change for this front office. I really don't. I agree that James Jones stepping down is certainly change, but not bringing in an outside voice and just hiring somebody with an office down the hall, that doesn't register to me as big change. That I just don't look at it that way.
Right.
But
I understand.
But James Jones not being, certainly James Jones has been a fixture for the Phoenix Suns, but he's still there. I don't think he's going to have a whole lot of say in anything moving forward. And I get what you're saying about that part of it. I don't know. This has been it's been an interesting day for Suns fans. I don't want to sit here and say that I've got my fingers on the pulse of everybody on this one because I don't pretend to. I'm not sensing a lot of people are thrilled with this. I'm not sensing a lot of people are happy about how all of this went down.
Okay, let's talk about why.
I think part of it's the Michigan State connection.
Okay, that's
and they
part
see
of it.
this as Matt Ishbia just kind of hiring one of his guys.
Okay.
I think part of it is just the sheer lack of experience that Brian Gregory brings to this job. And quite frankly, not a ton of success as a college coach either. Yeah, he's had multiple jobs, but it's not like he's had a ton of success at any of those jobs. They're just it feels, I think, and again, I don't want to speak for everybody. It feels to a lot of people that Matt Ishbia went out and hired one of his guys to be the general manager for his basketball team.
Right.
And I think people in this market care so much about this basketball team that they feel uncomfortable with that. They're not happy about that.
I totally get it.
I'm not happy about it. I'm not trying to hide how I'm not happy about this. I thought it was a very disappointing day for the Phoenix Suns.
I can't sit here and tell you I think that Brian Gregory is going to do a great job, but look, Matt Ishbia knows him. He trusts him. And again, you can't have it both ways. Matt Ishbia came in and he went with the status quo. He went with the veteran general manager in the NBA. Guy's been around for a long time. And, this team had a lot of failure over the last couple of years. This time, he goes with somebody a little outside the box. But again, comfort level for him, knows him, trusts him, believes in him. I'm willing to give this guy a chance. Let's see what he can do. I can't tell you one way or another whether he's going to do a good job or not. I know what they're looking for, and I know what they believe in. They believe in this guy's ability to lead, and he's going to have to be a leader. As your GM, and I was talking with another GM today in the league, and we talked about it. You've got to lead. You've got to lead the entire organization. You've got to lead the owner. You got to lead the players. You got to lead the coaches. You got to lead, you have to set the narrative with the media. There's a lot of things you have to do as a general manager, but you are the leader of the organization.
It's the leader with the owner part that I just, every time you say it, I just bristle in my seat because I just don't think that's how it's going to work. I have my real sincere doubts that that's how it's going to work between Matt Ishbia and Brian Gregory, that somehow Brian Gregory is going to be the leader of this over Matt Ishbia. I have a hard time seeing that. I have a hard time believing that. And I don't think I'm having it both ways, by the way, when it comes to being unhappy that he's a Michigan State guy or really being unhappy with the lack of experience. Matt Ishbia bought this team. And look, in true, I don't want to be a hypocrite here, I was a big believer of the Kevin Durant trade. I was a big fan of it. I was very happy that it went down. So I want to make sure I'm on record as saying that. But I think it's pretty clear that James Jones wasn't wanting to do the Kevin Durant deal the way it ultimately got done. And the one thing that changed was when Matt Ishbia stepped in and bought the team and made that trade happen. So I don't know if we can say that Matt Ishbia truly let James Jones do his job if he came in and suddenly Kevin Durant is a member of the Phoenix Suns 24 hours after Matt buys the team.
Yeah, I think everybody knew that the Suns were in on Kevin Durant. And I think when Matt took over, he did push it over the top. I believe that. I believe that Matt had a lot to do with pushing it over the top because, under Robert Sarver, the Suns were not willing to give up all the draft picks and Mikhail, Cam, and Jay. And then Matt comes in, and what's it going to take to get that deal done? Okay, well, then just do it. Let's get it over the top. And they did it. I do think that James Jones was running the team, picking the players, running the draft, and I think that there was a collaborative effort with people in the organization, and then eventually it would trickle down to. I don't think Matt was making the decisions. I don't believe that. I know that's not true, but I do know that Matt had to sign off on everything and was involved from that aspect. When James said, "We can get Yuta Watanabe, okay, great, let's get him. We can get Keita Bates-Diop, okay, let's get him. We can make this trade, okay, So I do think he was involved, as all owners are, and even he has said it at the press conference. When he did it, he goes, I am not making these decisions. I'm not making trades. I'm not calling other GMs or owners to make deals. I've never done that once. James is running this thing. But to your point on the Durant trade, yes, I was not in favor of the Durant trade. But I do think that he did have a lot to do with pushing that one over the top.
Nothing against James, but I think once the Kevin Durant trade gets done and once the Bradley Beal trade gets done, those two moves are so big and so powerful and so overwhelming. I'm not going to sit here and say it doesn't matter, the other moves that you make, but it certainly doesn't matter as much when you're building a roster around Bradley Beal, Kevin Durant, and Devin Booker. It's hard for me to judge James on whether Keita Bates-Diop worked out or whether Royce O'Neal worked out, because the big, heavy lifting of roster construction, when you've got three guys combined and they're making $150 million, there's only so much James Jones can do with what's left. There's only so much he can be held responsible for with what's left to do when three guys making $150 million comprise the bulk of your roster. It's like, James did this and James did that, but, those are such small moves compared to the bigness of the big three.
I think the Ayton one, too, is another one to look at, because I spoke with an NBA head coach the other day. We were like, man, Ayton used to punish us on the switches. That was the big one to him, is that the Ayton trade. But now that goes back to Monty. Monty hated Ayton. He wanted to trade him, and then eventually they did.
Look, I hope this works out. I'm not rooting against. I'll never root against this, and I'll never root against the Suns, and I'll never want to see it not do well. This feels like Herm Edwards and Ray Anderson all over again. This feels like organizational advocacy, Josh Burns and AJ Hinch all over again. This feels, and I'm not comfortable with that kind of. Again, it's not just the Michigan State thing, but that resume, I just don't know.
There's not enough front office experience for you.
There's nothing there that says, hey, let's make him the general manager. He should totally be a GM.
One year being the vice president of player programming, scouting, in charge of that type of stuff.
There's nothing there.
It's a trust factor. You just get it is what it is. There's a level of trust that Matt Ishbia has in Brian Gregory to run this organization, a belief in him. I mean, Matt Ishbia has been a very successful businessman his whole life, and that now he's like, okay, we're going to do it my way.
Yeah.
Because I don't think they did it his way in the beginning. I don't think they did it the Matt Ishbia way. I think it was like, let's do it the NBA way.
Kevin Durant wasn't doing it the Matt Ishbia way?
I think that the way that they ran things and who was in charge and everything, James being involved and the coaches and everything, let's hire Mike Budenholzer, let's hire Frank Vogel, let's hire these guys. I don't know if that was necessarily his way. No, I don't believe that was all his way.
Trust is a hard thing to come by, because not a lot has worked out well. Not a lot has worked out well for the basketball side. Since Matt Ishbia has bought the team, very little has worked out basketball-wise for the Phoenix Suns.
Matt is trusting this guy. We, a lot of us, okay, now let's see what this guy can do. Yeah. Because they're right there. There's no built-in trust here. But also, I don't know Brian Gregory. Maybe he does a great job. Maybe he doesn't. I don't know.
When we come back, who would you rather have at quarterback? Kyler Murray or Arch Manning? Is that a decision we're going to have to make at some point? That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
D-backs at the Mets.
Swinging a jam shot grounder to short. Perdomo charging, has it, throws to first. In time, got him, and that's your ball game. D-backs win it by a final score of 4-2. And they come into Queens and they take 2 of 3 from baseball's best in the New York Mets.
A D-backs series win at the Mets. Now to Philly for 3 games at the Phillies. Coverage of Game 1 of the Phillies series tomorrow afternoon at 3 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Getting engaged? At Shane Company, we'll help you find the perfect diamond. This is your engagement ring, a.k.a. only your life's most important piece of jewelry. No need to worry. As gemstone experts since 1929, we handpick only the most beautiful natural and lab-grown diamonds cut to our high standards in every price range. We have diamonds in all shapes and sizes, ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Come see for yourself at Shanco.com or at your local store. No appointment necessary. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Need inspiration? Shop Fry's. For mouth-watering meals and appetizing ingredients. Our low prices add up to big savings. Plus over $600 in digital coupons each week. And up to $1 off per gallon at the pump. At Fry's, you always get big flavors and big savings. Fry's. Fresh for everyone. Fuel restrictions apply.
You can save big on 12 to 15 packs of Coca-Cola, Pepsi, or Dr. Pepper. Select varieties or buy 2, get 2 free with your card. Limit 8. Fry's. Fresh for everyone.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with the Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
This is Secret Clinical dominating extra stinky stress sweat. And this is regular deodorant. Secret Clinical in a heat wave. Oh, what a beautiful day. This is regular deodorant. Ugh, I can't. Secret Clinical with workout sweat. Let's run another marathon. And regular deodorant. How much more? Secret is the GOAT. Because nothing fights sweat better. Stay fresher under pressure.
This is the story of the one. As a safety manager at a manufacturing plant, he does everything he can to keep his coworkers safe. From finding ways to reduce risks to keeping safety supplies in stock. And for that, he relies on Grainger. Grainger offers a broad range of quality products and next-day delivery, so he can always play it safe. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-8157. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-8157. That's 800-575-8157. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I'm Mitch Ferrell-This with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns have announced front office changes today. Brian Gregory is being promoted from within to serve as the team's next general manager. James Jones has been reassigned to a senior advisor role. Gregory previously served as vice president of player programming when he was hired by the Suns a year ago. You can see reactions from our Kellen Olson and our Dan Bickley right now on ArizonaSports.com and the Arizona Sports app. The Diamondbacks got the series victory in Queens with a 4-2 win over the Mets today. Geraldo Perdomo and Tim Tawa homered in the victory. Snakes are now in Philadelphia as they're getting set to start a 3-game series with the Phillies tomorrow afternoon. And speaking of that, Ketel Marte posted on his Instagram story that he has touched down in Philly, so we could potentially see him rejoin the club as soon as tomorrow. This report is brought to you by Waste Connections of Arizona. Waste Connections of Arizona wants to take time to thank our veterans. Waste Connections of Arizona, proud to serve you and proud of the people that have served us. Online at wasteconnections.com/Arizona.
Hey, it's Wolf. Was the Arizona Diamondbacks series win over the New York Mets a turning point for the Snakes? We'll discuss tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports.
We all know that mock drafts are a silly exercise. They're fun, but they're silly. No one is, I guess I shouldn't say that. Some people are grading them for their accuracy to see who got the most picks right. But for the most part, it's just kind of a fun little exercise to do to kind of take a guess and see and, talk about the draft and put content, get clicks about the draft. So if mock drafts are silly, then way too early mock drafts trying to project what happens a year from now are super silly, are silly times 1,000. They're just ridiculous trying to predict what's going to happen a year from now when we don't even know what players are going to be available, what players are going to stay in school, what players are going to be good, what players aren't. That being said, Gambo, you'd be hard-pressed to find any way too early mock drafts that are out there right now, and most of the major websites have them, where there aren't a slew of quarterbacks that are available next year.
Garrett Nussmeier, quarterback LSU, to the Cardinals at number 15 overall in a NBC Sports and I guess an NBC Sports one. NBC Sports did a mock draft. Says Kyler Murray's a decent quarterback and at times been good, but he'll be 29. He's never won a playoff games. Only had one winning season. At some point, the Cards have to start thinking about a succession plan, and Nussmeier, whose dad was the Eagles quarterback coach during the 2024 season, could make sense in the middle of the first round. So there's your first one, looking at the Cardinals drafting a quarterback next year.
There was a real good story on The Athletic a couple of days ago about how obviously it was a really light year this year in the draft for quarterbacks. Cam Ward went number 1 overall. The Shedeur Sanders slide, Jackson Dart, Dylan Gabriel. There were names out there, the local kid. But everybody, just about everybody says next year's class and next year's draft is going to be really, really different. And if Arch Manning comes out, it's going to be really, really different. Nussmeier is another name that people talk about. You just brought him up a second ago. Drew Allaire from Penn State is another guy. South Carolina's Lenoris Sellers. Heck, even Sam Levitt is getting covered. I saw a way too early mock draft that had Sam Levitt going number 8, number 10 overall in the draft. I think it was on foxsports.com. And the point is that if we can, and I don't know if we can all agree on this. I know you and I do because we've talked about this a lot. If most of us can agree that this is the year for Kyler Murray, and if it doesn't happen this year, you got to figure out something else, then what quarterbacks are available in next year's draft becomes of extreme importance to the Cardinals.
But the reality is if they have a halfway decent season, and we expect the Cardinals are going to be much better this year, but say they miss the playoffs and Kyler's just okay again, like the position they're going to be in is not going to be in the top 5 or 6 or 7 to get a quarterback like that. So
trade up.
They're talking about, so unless there's 7 or 8 quarterbacks, they this is going to be a year where there's 7 or 8 guys in the first round, and maybe there is, right? There's a lot of quarterbacks that people are talking about for next year, a lot of them. But unlikely you're going to get 7 guys. It might be 4, and then you got to start talking about trading up. You got to talk about, hey, if you need a quarterback, you got to give up your first and maybe your second, and then a first next year and a third next year, and then you start giving up all this inventory to try to move up to put yourself in a position to get a guy.
And I don't mind that. I don't mind that at all.
No, if
you're convicted, if you have a guy that you like, that you think is a future quarterback, a future star in this league, and you have conviction that that player is going to work, to do it. Do it. I mean, I have no problem with that at all if the organization feels like they need to make that kind of investment to move up in the draft to get their next guy.
What we're seeing Monty Ossenfort put his imprint on what this football team's identity will be. But one of the things that he hasn't been able to do is to pick his quarterback. He came in with an inherited quarterback.
Very true.
And so at some point, Monty Ossenfort is going to pick his own quarterback. And how that works and how that plays out, we don't know. But at some point, that's going to happen. Now, he's had to change a lot of different things. He's had to draft running backs. He's had to draft he drafted a tight end last year, for goodness sakes, even though they have one. He's drafted wide receivers, offensive linemen, defensive linemen, cornerbacks, safeties, linebackers.
Edge rushers.
The one thing outside of Clayton Tune that he hasn't really been able to put an imprint on is the quarterback. Got an inherited guy. He's going to give him a few years, see if you can get it working. If it works, fine. But if not, then we will see what Monty does. And I am excited to see that if it gets to that point. I hope it doesn't. But if it gets to that point, I'd like to see what he's able to do at the quarterback spot.
And that's the thing that everybody out there listening to us or watching us right now on the YouTube stream that needs to understand. Neither one of us are rooting against Kyler Murray. Neither one of us want to see him fail. Neither one of us, are actively rooting for him to not be the quarterback of the Arizona Cardinals. What we are, I know what I'm saying, and I think you're saying the same thing, is that if it doesn't happen this year for him, for whatever reason, poor second half performance, they don't make the playoffs. They do make the playoffs, but they lose in the first round. Whatever the case may be.
Gets injured, misses 6 games.
You have to make a decision and say, how many more years are we going to wait for this to happen before we realize that it's not going to happen?
To me, it's zero.
And to me, it's a zero as well. You can't wait anymore. It's this, and so. We're not looking at these quarterbacks because we're wishing for somebody other than Kyler. Now, maybe if you're a Cardinals fan listening, you are wishing for somebody other than Kyler. And if so, that's your opinion. I'm not. You're not. I'm just saying you have to prepare yourself that if it doesn't work out for Kyler, you've got to be ready to cut and run because you've given him
7 years.
Plenty of time to make it work.
7 years is enough.
Plenty of time. It's enough.
To determine whether he's the guy. Now, again, you look at the touchdown interception ratio. You look at the yard. Like, Kyler Murray's a good quarterback. It's not like he's not going to find a home somewhere else. Now, again, we hope that this works out. We hope that Kyler Murray ends up, leading the Cardinals to a lot of victories. I root for Kyler. I want Kyler to do well. I would hate for them to have to go through this again. But, yeah, at some point, you've got to cut bait. You got to figure out that, hey, we need to go in a different direction. Now, quarterback next year. I saw one mock draft that had them taking an edge rusher. I'm like, did you just see what they've done for edge rushers in this offseason? Like, there was a prominent mock draft that had him taking an edge rusher. Did you see that?
I did. It was, who was it? It was Jordan Reed on ESPN.com.
Is that what ESPN.com?
I believe it was Jordan Reed.
Daniel Dennis Sutton, edge rusher, Penn State. I'm like, they've got 17 edge rushers now. So that one kind of baffled me.
We want more. We want more.
Wow.
At this point, if I were mocking anything to the Cardinals,
offensive lineman.
Yeah, tackle.
Yeah,
it'd be a tackle.
Unless they need a quarterback.
Just basic, yeah. Unless they need a quarterback. So I'll be watching these quarterbacks with interest, probably for the first time, quite frankly, since Kyler got drafted. I'll be looking at college quarterbacks a little bit differently this year.
We've looked at we did look at one college quarterback. Actually, 2, Caleb Williams and Drake May, thinking that could have been Kyler's last year. Well, we did look at, though, because we thought that they could have the number 1 pick with the Texans.
Yeah.
So, what do you do if you could get Caleb Williams? And that thought was Caleb Williams was going to have this great year at USC. He was good. He wasn't as great as we thought he would be. But we went into that year when the Cardinals had those 2 first-round picks thinking that they might have the number 1 and number 2 picks in the draft. What if they could get one of those quarterbacks?
Yeah. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, enough about next year's draft because that's a year away. What about the one that just wrapped up a week ago? Do the Arizona Cardinals have any sure things in that class? Any busts in that class? That's next on the Burns and Gambo show.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Brutal summer heat about to hit us. Have you got your AC unit tuned up with Christian Brothers? For $129, you can get a complete tune-up with Christian Brothers AC, plumbing, and electric. What does that mean for you? Well, you can get your AC unit tuned up and have a lot of services done that are not included with a lot of these other companies that offer inspections. This is not an inspection. This is a tune-up. They're going to clean the condenser coils. They're going to do a condensate drain line flush. They're going to make sure everything is working properly. They're going to get the hands dirty. They'll be there for a while. Cleaning the condenser coils is a big job. They take it off from your AC unit. They hose it down. They put a detergent on it. They want that clean. They want it running efficiently. You don't want all the dirt and debris in there. You want your AC unit to run efficiently. Going up in the attic and doing the condensate drain line flush, an important thing to do. And that's what you get with Christian Brothers. You will get a complete tune-up for $129. Just give them a call at 602-222-3535. Schedule it now before it gets too hot. That's 602-222-3535.
DQ presents How to Hit Summer's Sweet Spot. The new DQ Summer Blizzard Treat menu is here. And as the official treat of MLB, we're swinging big with our fan-favorite S'mores Blizzard Treat. Plus, new mixing bowl mashup with brownie batter and chocolate chip cookie dough. And even more in our Stack Summer lineup. Hurry in today because nothing says summer like baseball and our new Summer Blizzard Treat menu. Right now at DQ. Happy tastes good. Participation may vary. Major League Baseball trademarks used with permission.
What's better than the thrill of reeling in your next trophy catch? Saving big while gearing up for it. The Shields Fishing Sale event is on now through May 4th. Save 20% on Shields Outfitters rods and 20% on baits, lures, and plastics from Berkeley, Rapala, BMC, Acme, and more. And don't miss out on over $1,000 in savings on Garmin Ultra 2 Live Scope bundles. Our Shields fishing experts are ready to prepare you for unforgettable fishing memories. Only at Shields and Shields.com.
Dan Bickley here with my guy Shane O'Hanrahan. And Shane, with all the confusion over tariffs, what does it mean to the automobile industry?
Right now, all that is in limbo. But what I can tell you is every vehicle on Chapman BMW's lot is tariff-free. With financing as low as 1.99%, the time to buy is right now. So get in and get your best selection of your brand new BMW.
That's really good news for people who want to drive off in the ultimate driving machine.
Yes, it is. And Chapman BMW is here to help.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak hot. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Hey there, I'm Jack.
And I'm Stag.
We're just 2 deer that want to make sure you know it's deer season at your authorized John Deere dealer. The deer season that saves bucks. You know, like us.
Yeah, you can get $3,000 off select John Deere machines. No early wake-up calls or tree stands required.
Just a trip to your authorized dealer before June 2nd.
If you ask us, it's the only deer season worth celebrating.
Visit johndeere.com/deer season to find an authorized dealer and for complete finance details.
Hi, it's Vince Murata letting you know Spinato's Pizzeria has teamed up with State 48 to bring you the limited edition State 48 Pizza, a Southwest-inspired margarita with bold local flavors. It's more than just a pizza. It's a celebration of Arizona pride, creativity, and community. And to make it even sweeter, you can grab your exclusive State 48 Spinato's t-shirt and stickers. A portion of the proceeds benefits the State 48 Foundation, supporting local entrepreneurs. Get more information at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, what's on tonight?
And it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. No Diamondbacks baseball, obviously. They already played. They already won. winning that series against the New York Mets today.
You don't need a key to the game right now?
No, I don't. I hope you're not preparing for Diamondbacks on deck because we don't have one coming up. Okay. There are no local teams in action tonight. There are 2 NBA playoff games. One is at the half right now. Detroit fighting to force a Game 7 in their series against the Knicks, and they have a 2-point lead at halftime, 61-59.
Born and raised in South Detroit.
Right now, the Pistons are leading the Knicks. I'm looking at that game right now. Jalen Brunson's got 20 at the half. Mikal Bridges has 12. OG Anunoby has 13.
The Knicks had a big lead. The Pistons must have went on a run.
They did.
The Knicks had a big lead in this one.
They basically swapped quarters. The Knicks were up 37-23 at the end of one, and then Detroit responded with a 38-22 second quarter.
Hey,
to take the 1 point.
You want a spot for Kevin Durant? Root for the Pistons.
For the Knicks to want him?
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely.
Root for the Pistons.
Absolutely. The Knicks will be so desperate to get Kevin Durant.
Bring back Mikal.
Look, I spoke with our good buddy Kellen Olson. Well, you speak with Kellen Olson every night on Arizona Sports at Night. He reminded me that the Knicks gave up like 5 first-round picks for Mikal Bridges. It's hard to think they're going to get
Kevin Durant's worth 4, so that's a start, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's how it works exactly.
Desperate times call for desperate measures. When these teams get eliminated in the first round, what went wrong?
I'd love for Mikal to come back. That's just a lot of inventory they gave up to get him. That's going to be a tough sell in New York. And then later tonight, speaking of Mitch, the Denver Nuggets go for the series win against the LA Clippers.
Mitch, I'm rooting for your Nuggets. I'm a Jokic fan. I'm not rooting against them.
I've very much enjoyed watching healthy Kawhi Leonard play basketball.
I like Kawhi too. So it's like if the Clippers won, I wouldn't be like disappointed because I like Kawhi Leonard is so great. But I'm rooting for the Nuggets.
Kawhi Leonard at his healthiest it's like a nice reminder. Oh yeah. You're a dominant, badass basketball player. It's been so long.
When he poked the ball away from Jamal Murray at midcourt, I was like, gosh darn, that was so good.
Just so good.
You know what was great for the Nuggets the other night was Christian Brown with those 2 big threes late. Like, so good.
Yeah. Yeah, no doubt. So that's what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening as NBA playoffs roll on. There's some baseball games on as well. And then Diamondbacks back in action tomorrow. Once again, repeating Ketel Marte from his Insta story. He's on a plane headed to Philadelphia, where he will presumably be available for the Diamondbacks this weekend in their series against the Philadelphia Phillies.
Did you see what J.J. Redick said about the Lakers? They got to get in championship shape.
Oh, like they're out of shape?
Pointed at Luka.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
We've got to get in better shape.
Oh.
We have ways to go as a roster, and certainly there are individuals that were in phenomenal shape. There's certainly other ones that could have been in better shape. That's where my mind goes immediately. Yo, fat boy, lose some weight!
J.J. Redick pointed to improved player conditioning as a must against the next season. God, that's
Luka was carrying 270 plus in Dallas, and there were times they had to fake injuries to get him give him a few days to try to get in shape because he was just too heavy. So they faked injuries and they got him to get in shape. So, you know, that he was 270 plus.
Be that
when he was with Dallas.
Be that as it may, when he got that back injury last night, I thought he's not coming back onto that floor. I begrudgingly give Luka Doncic credit for walking back on that floor and playing in that.
Yeah, his mind is tough.
Because he looked like he was done, man, when he walked off that floor at halftime. I thought he was
Look, it was a big gamble by Dallas, but let's be honest. Like, okay, Luka went to the Lakers. They didn't go anywhere. Dallas and the Lakers basically went the same distance. Dallas got knocked out in the play-in. Lakers got knocked out in the first round. Neither one did anything. The Lakers had a major problem last night because they didn't have Anthony Davis, so they had nobody to stop Rudy Gobert.
Yeah.
So you can make an argument they might have been better with Anthony Davis, but Anthony Davis gets hurt all the time. And Luka's out of shape all the time. I mean, in the end, this might be nothing. Like, you know, both players may go and never, like, get back to that level again.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's...
Yeah, you're counting on the Lakers' history.
Luka's so young, and I'm counting on their history to be able to lure players. Did you watch the TNT halftime show of the Lakers-Minnesota game? It was so... Okay, normally on that show, it's Chuck or it's Kenny... Or it's Ernie. It's very rarely Shaq, right? Like Shaq, I don't think he brings a whole lot to the table at all. But last night He
was getting on the Lakers.
He wanted to credit Rudy Gobert for dominating the game.
Oh, he had a hard time.
But
yeah.
he doesn't like Rudy Gobert.
Right.
So he's like gagging on his word. It was the funniest thing I think I've seen Shaq do on that show 2 years ago. My wife was telling me.
Like Fonz saying he's wrong.
This really serious story. My wife is like, and this is, I'm like, and I'm listening to her and I'm watching Shaq like, Rudy Gobert's dominating in this game. Like he was going to throw up in his mouth. It was so funny.
That's one of my biggest weaknesses in life.
What?
When my wife is talking to me and I'm paying attention to something else and I just don't hear a word she says, and then she gets so mad at me because I didn't hear anything you say. Well, because I'm trying to watch the game.
It's a total strength for me. Like I can totally.
You could do that?
Oh, absolutely. I can like one eye on her. But this was so funny. What Shaq, and I know I'm probably not doing it any justice at all.
Yeah.
It was so funny what Shaq did. I'm like, honey, I just have to stop you right there. This is hilarious stuff, man. She's like, oh, okay. She laughed a little bit. She thought it was funny. And then
I can work the phones and break stories and stuff while I listen to Bernsey, and I can hear it. Like with my wife, I just don't hear anything she says.
I can.
Blah, 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 blah,
You
blah.
should try just being on your phone when your wife talks to you and see what happens then.
Yeah, it's like,
Your
what
wife,
did you say?
Your wife sounds like the adults from Peanuts.
Well, that's what it sounds like when she talks to me and I'm trying to pay attention to something. I don't
But
really
no,
understand what
Mom,
you said.
I'd never do that.
Don't ever say your wife sounds like that. Come on, man.
Wah, 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 wah.
You're going to go home tonight and she's going to be like, so that's what I sound like, huh?
Well, I was just saying, like,
when
when she's talking and I'm not paying attention. It's a weakness for a lot of men.
Hey.
You don't really, like, pay attention to what your wife says all the time.
Hey, Gambo, see if you can make out these two words. Huh? Yeah. Can you make those out?
What did you say?
Could you understand that?
Yeah. I don't know why you just wait till a commercial break to talk to me or most guys.
Yeah,
like
no, I can. Oh, man, like last night
commercial break. Like when a commercial break comes on, talk to me.
My daughter-in-law, my daughter, and my wife and my granddaughter were all at the house last night while the D-backs game was going on. I was like perfectly able to follow the conversation and yet totally focused in on what was happening with the D-backs game. Like
I can't do it.
I was there. I was responding. I'm like, yes, yeah, oh yeah, sure, totally. But still, right there on the D-backs game.
Good for you. Good for you.
You got to use those muscles a little bit more. Big Red Rage is coming up next, and the special guest tonight on Big Red Rage.
Okay, who is it?
Is going to be Dave Sears, who is the assistant general manager.
Okay, here you go.
The Arizona.
Talk about that great draft they just
coming
had.
off that great draft, absolutely. Dave Sears, as Cart's assistant GM, is going to be the guest with Paul and Ron. That's next. We're out of here. We'll see you tomorrow, straight up 2 o'clock here on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Have a great night, everyone.
You're still here? It's over. Go home. Go.
D-backs decision makers from the team's front office join Wolf and Luke Wednesday mornings at 11:45 for D-backs Front Office Focus. Brought to you by Canvas Annuity. The home of Arizona Diamondbacks baseball is Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Fast, reliable, trustworthy, reputable, highly decorated. Those are all words used to describe Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. Listen, you need to trust who you let into your home and who you let fix your home, and that's why you call Parker with your sacred space, a company that has served the Valley for 50 years. Call 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602-2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
This next song goes out to Cox Mobile for letting me video call my dog while we're on tour. From San Diego to Boston, I said hi. You started barking. Cox Mobile's got the bars to keep us both howling.
We run on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability. So whether you're at a concert or on the road, you'll stay connected. Visit cox.com/mobile. Cox Internet required. Cox Mobile runs on the network with unbeatable 5G reliability per Ookla US 2H 2024. Other restrictions apply.
Spring is in the air, my Kronk brothers, and so is the Brooklyn Betting Spring Sale going on now through May 6th. Everything, and I mean everything, both in-store and online, is 25% off. So head on over to one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you. There's no no pushy salespeople, just knowledgeable sleep experts that will help you find the perfect sleep solution. And just for you, Macedonian, shipping is always free. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
You know what's better than a limited time deal? An unlimited time deal. That's why the Wendy's $5 Biggie Bag with a Junior Bacon Cheeseburger, 4-piece nugs, Junior Hot and Crispy Fries, and small soft drink is available all the time. Because the best time for fresh, never frozen beef and Applewood smoked bacon is all the time. Duh. I feel like I'm repeating myself a lot. For the best deal of all time, gotta be Wendy's.
Unlimited time does not mean forever. U.S. price and participation may vary. Prices may be higher in Alaska, Hawaii, and California and via third-party delivery. Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Still getting around to that fix on your car? You got this. On eBay, you'll find millions of parts guaranteed to fit. Doesn't matter if it's a major engine repair or your first time swapping your windshield wipers. eBay has that part you need, ready to click perfectly into place for changes big and small. Loud or quiet, find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. But you already know that. eBay. Things, people, love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
An MLS showdown in the desert. Get ready for a night of top-tier soccer as Phoenix Rising hosts Major League Soccer's Houston Dynamo for the first time ever. Wednesday, May 7th at 7 p.m. It's a round of 32 clash in the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup, and tickets start at just $9. The first 2,000 fans through the gates will score a limited edition Phoenix Rising t-shirt, and the night features fan-favorite drink specials throughout the stadium. Get your tickets now at phxrisingfc.com.
I'm sure everyone says this, but my mom really deserves the world. This year, I finally found a Mother's Day gift that comes close. She loves Hellsberg, so I'm getting her these timeless gold earrings she can enjoy for years to come. They feel special enough to show how much I truly appreciate everything she does for me. And I mean everything. I even sent my dad a link to the Diamond Eternity band he'll be getting her, too.
Save up to 50% on Mother's Day gifts Mom will cherish forever. Visit Hellsberg.com or a store near you.
It's the first day of the first grade, and she found a new best friend. It's a laid-back Sunday afternoon, you wish would never end. The homemade taste of Bluebell, and good friends gathered round. The good old days are being made right now.
Chocolate lovers are going absolutely bananas over our new Bluebell Banana Fudge. Rich milk chocolate ice cream swirled with a scrumptious banana-flavored ice cream. Your favorite banana fudge bar, now in a carton.
The good old days are being made right now. The good old days are being made right now.
Look for Bluebell ice cream at all Fry's food stores and all Albertsons.
KMBP FM Phoenix.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
On the Arizona